It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. You know, as my brain was working there, I was about to say 23, Frank, but I didn't. But I screwed it up when I said it. Yeah,
I've been messing it up left and right.
It is 2024. It's great to be back on another wonderful Wednesday here in New York City. Some crazy weather yesterday in New York, but everything's okay now. You know, they let my kids out at like 12 o'clock in anticipation of this storm, and it was just raining. Couldn't believe it. And then they had a delayed opening this morning, all because of some rain and some wind. But I hope everyone's okay and safe and sound, and there wasn't too much damage. It was a pretty big deal. They called for a state of emergency. Wild stuff. But we are here. We are warm. And we are ready to go, my friends. We love Wednesdays around these parts. Fun show on Monday, talking to the likes of Francis Ngannou and Eddie Hearn about what is transpiring in March over in Riyadh. We're going to learn a lot more about that on Monday. There's a press conference in London, and we did find out about another unique boxing match that is coming our way later this year, Monday night. I told you the Venn diagram is getting bigger. It's getting bigger, my friends. Oh, I love it. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with the code The MMA Hour, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details. Also, thank you very much to our good friends over at BetterHelp. I'll tell you more about them and what they're offering later on in the program. Later on in the program as well, we'll check in with the guys. The Parlay Boys are back. UFC is back this weekend at the Apex. Big weekend coming up, not just with the UFC, but of course, big boxing match, which I'll tell you about in a moment, in Quebec City on Saturday, back-to-back on ESPN+. So stay tuned for all of that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Arnold Allen, who is currently in Montreal, my hometown. So exciting things happening in Canada. Of course, UFC returning to Toronto for the first time in a little over 4 years. First pay-per-view there since December of 2019. And it's going to be the one headlined by Sean Strickland versus Dricus du Plessis. One of the top fights on that card is Arnold Allen returning to action for the first time since his April of 2023 loss to Max Holloway. Remember, we had him in studio a couple weeks later. Well, we have him back on the show to talk about his fight next Saturday, January 20th, at Scotiabank Center against Movsar Evloev. Not an easy fight to get back on track with. Kudos to AAA. He never ducks the tough fights. We'll also talk to, for the first time in quite some time, to Mark Richard Hunt. Yes, the KFC King is back. Always great to talk to him. I look forward to that chat. He'll join us at around 3 o'clock, 7 a.m. Sydney time. You know, I always appreciate when the Aussie and New Zealand boys join us in the wee hours of the morning over in the Oceania region. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Callum Smith. Callum Smith is going up against Artur Beterbiev this Saturday in Quebec City at the Videotron Center. Massive fight for Callum Smith. You'll recall last January, his brother Liam Smith pulled off a huge upset when he beat Chris Eubank Jr. Callum Smith hoping to do that in a really great fight on paper, a fun fight. Obviously, he's a big underdog. Beterbiev, one of the best fighters in the world, top 10 pound for pound. And everyone, including the folks over in Saudi Arabia, are hoping that they can book Artur Beterbiev versus Dimitri Bivol, which would be one of the fights of the year later on this year. Callum Smith, the pride of Liverpool, get behind this man if you're in the UK, is hoping to ruin those plans. At 1:30, we'll be joined by Paulo Costa, Borrachinha, returning to action February 17th, UFC 298 in Anaheim. Can't wait for that fight against Robert Whittaker. Hopefully it finally happens. As you know, we like to shoot on Wednesdays. Let's not waste time. Loaded show, lot to get to. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A.
Oh, I can't wait. I hope there's a lot of questions about Jinder Mahal, a lot of questions about Aaron Rodgers, perhaps Nate Diaz, Jorge Masvidal questions, the big fight announcement last night, Donald Cerrone versus Twisted Steel. I mean, I'm hoping. Let's see if there are any hot tags. We're actually going to, we're gonna go a little old school here, my friends. No moderation this week. Frank was a little bit tied up. And so I'm just going to go in blind. Do you guys think this is going to be a huge mistake, or do you think it's going to be a grand old time?
I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. And so I'm going to go into it right away. Okay, I see some here. By the way, I didn't read them, but I'm trying to like read ahead. And so
there's
no, just because.
Amanda Huggett.
Well, there's a good question here from OC about pizza, but do I want to start with pizza? No, so I'll come back to that.
The moderator's dilemma.
Aaron, why is Tom Aspinall going after fighters and not the matchmakers? I think this is a great place to start. Tom Aspinall is trying to pick a fight with a particular fighter. So ultimately, if you're going to get the people behind you and start some sort of campaign, is it smarter to go after Mick Maynard and company, or is it smarter to go after the big dog, John Jones? So I get what he's trying to do. Here's what Tom Aspinall is trying to do. Tom Aspinall is trying to get the biggest fight possible for him. Tom Aspinall is trying to get a fight that he's been talking about for a couple of years. John Jones is saying, hey, I wanted this fight. This is a legacy fight for me. This was the fight that I was supposed to have in November. I want to make it happen with Stipe, and then maybe down the line we can revisit this. I'm just kind of throwing that part in, but I'm assuming that he would consider it if Tom continues to win. As our good friend New York Rick has said on social media, they're both right. Like John Jones, he was promised this fight against Stipe. He got injured. He wants to see it through. Fine. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily. There's also nothing wrong with Tom Aspinall saying, hey, I'm the man. I have the interim belt. I want to unify these belts. Again, we go back to how we got into this mess. How we got into this mess is because John Jones got injured and they made an interim title fight as opposed to stripping John Jones, who, by the way, just had a second surgery on his elbow, which makes me think that in a return in the summer will be even more hard to pull off, which makes me think that the UFC is going to have to make a tough call here regarding John and regarding Tom Aspinall, and Tom Aspinall is going to have to make a tough call. All of this is a little bit sticky because if Tom Aspinall was just the undisputed champion, you could have had him defend that title against Stipe or then against someone like Ciryl Gane. What I would do if I were them, dating back to November, I would have just taken the belt off of John and say, John, when you are ready to come back, you will get all the benefits of being a champion. You will get all the points. You will get to fight for the belt. But we have to keep this train moving along because this is a pretty serious surgery that you're about to have, let alone the second one that they didn't know about. Have Tom fight Sergey. Tom wins. Have him fight Stipe. If Stipe doesn't want that fight, fine. We now move on to the next guy. And then whenever John Jones is ready to come back, you have him fight for the belt with all the benefits of being a champion. Ultimately, why people like John Jones and everyone else on the roster, why they want to be champion, is not so that they can parade around with this 14 pounds of gold. It's so that they can get the benefits of being a champion, get paid like a champion, get pay-per-view points like a champion. If you promise that to the guy who got hurt and who has been champion since 2011, I have a feeling he won't mind. That's my hunch. The part that bothers me and many people about all of this is John Jones telling telling Tom Aspinall, you haven't earned this. You haven't done enough. You don't have the resume. And I posted something yesterday, which I think, puts into question what he's saying. John Jones, when he got his title shot on short notice because Rashad Evans got hurt, at 23, which is something that a lot of people love to bring up, was 12-1. His last 5 fights going into that fight against Shogun Rua, who was a legend, who was a Pride Middleweight Grand Prix winner in a very tough field, who was a current UFC light heavyweight champion. So he could have flexed. He was 19-4. So, 19-4, that's 10 more fights. Last 5 fights were Ryan Bader, Vladimir Matyushenko, Brandon Vera, Matt Hamill, Jake O'Brien, and also of note, Stephan Bonner. So that's 6. That's a very good. No one will ever question John Jones's resume. No one will ever question his path. It was a murderer's row, especially like leading all the way up until, maybe 2018 or so. It was a murderer's row. And I know to some of the newer fans, some of these names don't mean anything. They were all very, very tough outs. All of them. Tom Aspinall, currently 30 years old, 14-3, hoping to get a fight against the 27-1 with 1 no contest John Jones. Last 5 fights were against Sergey Pavlovich, Marcin Tybura, Curtis Blades, Alexander Volkov, Sergey Spivak, and also of note, Andrei Arlovsky, the former champ. That's a very solid list as well. I think it's somewhat tit for tat. And he blew right through all of those guys. And so what do you want Tom Aspinall to do? Not ask for the biggest fight possible? What do you want him to do as interim champion? Say, I'm cool with just fighting more of these types of guys? And so what I feel like, if John says, I want to fight Stipe when I'm back, that's fine. The UFC, I think, needs to step in for the sake of their organization, for the sake of their titles, and say, look, if you want to fight Stipe, you could do it as a non-title fight. We have to keep this train rolling along. But now what is happening is this belt is being held hostage because there was some promise about this fight. Fights fall through due to injuries all the time and never come to fruition. Ask Karo Parisian back in the day about that. He was supposed to fight for the belt. Ask TJ Grant about that. He was supposed to fight for the lightweight title. Got a concussion. So now we're just going to sit for how long? How long are we going to wait? How long is Tom Aspinall going to wait? How long is the whole division going to wait? No one needs a title on the line when John Jones fights Stipe. But Tom Aspinall needs the title now. It's his time. And I see some people saying, oh, John was 23, Tom was 30. And so what is the point of that? He's here. He has arrived. He is the consensus best guy in the heavyweight division, not named John Jones. And some people think he is the best guy in the heavyweight division, period. Why should he be denied a chance at 30 in his prime to realize his dream of being a UFC champion? And so what's interesting about this whole thing is Tom Aspinall was on TalkSport recently and was talking about the heavyweight boxing politics and how, there's only mismatches and whatnot. And I wrote to him about this yesterday. And I was like, you see, this is why some people were saying, ain't it a bit rich that you're saying this? You understand that if you were the same guy in the heavyweight division in boxing, promoted by Queensberry or Matchroom or Top Rank, you would not have this problem. You would be paid correctly, treated correctly, and you wouldn't be banging your head against the wall, begging this guy to give you a shot. It just wouldn't happen this way. Now, I know that there are other politics and there's this and that going on in boxing. It is not, it is not Valhalla, but you don't get treated like this. And you don't get treated like, hey, we'll call you. Tom Aspinall has no idea when he's fighting again. No clue. He is not a part of those plans. He doesn't know if it's going to be in Manchester in the summer. He doesn't know if he's fighting at UFC 300, which I think he should be one of the people showcased on that card. He doesn't know anything. You think Anthony Joshua is sitting around saying, hey, Eddie, can you give me some insight? You think Tyson's sitting around and saying, hey, Frank, can you give me some insight? It doesn't work like that in boxing. But it works like that when you're a part of this crazy sport, unfortunately. And so I understand where he's coming from. I understand to a degree where John Jones is coming from. I just wish that the belt wasn't being tied up. And if he really wants that Stipe fight, no one needs the title attached to that one. Because what does it really mean? Stipe Miocic hasn't fought or won a fight in how long? The last time he won a fight, I know he lost to Francis and that was 2021. The last time he won a fight was the DC fight, in 2020. By the time this fight happens, it's going to be 4+ years. You are trying to tell the world that your heavyweight division is the best division in the sport. People who haven't won fights in 4 years shouldn't be fighting for the heavyweight title. Not when there's a guy like Tom Aspinall out there waiting in the wings. In my opinion.
Can I offer a devil's advocate?
Yeah.
Position. For one, we just saw a similar situation happen in the welterweight division, right? Bilal Muhammad is sitting there. He's a rightful contender and Colby got the shot. Like, this is not brand new, nor is
That doesn't make it right.
a
That doesn't make it
champion.
right.
No. I'm not implying that it's right. I'm just saying this is not unprecedented, right?
It's also
We're not looking at
2 versus 4 years. It's double the time.
since he won.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but fair.
I think the UFC is to blame here, but not for the reason that you've kind of touched on earlier, for a different reason, which is they've made interim titles into number one contendership, when in reality they are exactly for the purpose that they're being used here. I would argue that this is one of the first times they're using it for its intended purpose properly. I would say that while John Jones is injured, there isn't a reason to strip him, because John Jones being your champion is a benefit to the company, and he should remain champion. Tom Aspinall is the interim champion, the name implying that in the champion's stead, while he is injured, Tom should be carrying that interim belt, and there's no issue with him defending it. He should defend it. That is a very simple way that this could be resolved. But unfortunately, the UFC has made interim titles into just like having a secondary belt that needs to be unified immediately, and have made fans believe that Tom Aspinall his next fight needs to be for the championship because he's the number one contender, and that's what it is. In reality, this is exactly what interim titles are for. John Jones should be the champion. Tom should be the interim champion. Tom should try to get the best fight he can. Stipe Miocic, John Jones, whatever he can get. And if not, he fights the next contender. That's what this should be. To me, this is the exactly how it should play out. This is exactly what these titles were made for. But unfortunately, they have made them so meaningless in that regard, and only made them trinkets that mean I'm number one contender and I'm carrying this around as my number one contender chip.
Sure.
That people have been fooled by that, and people think that that's what this is, but it's not. Tom should just defend his interim title.
Let me ask you this. Why does John Jones need the heavyweight title?
He doesn't, but why should he give it up?
He shouldn't give it up. They should take it from him.
Why should they take it from him?
Because he's won one fight in 4 years.
Tom could defend his. He has a belt.
He didn't even beat the heavyweight champion. It was a fake fight. So my point is,
corruptions of the belt is separate from this.
I'm not saying John Jones should willingly give up the title. Why would he do that? The UFC should have done that in November.
Why can't Tom defend his interim?
He could, but why should he? He should be defending.
So you're saying
no,
John
he should be defending
do
his
this. Why
vacant
should
title.
he? I'm saying Tom should do this. Why should he?
He should be defending the undisputed title that he won at Madison Square Garden.
Why can't he defend the interim title?
But again, I'm saying it should have never been an interim title fight. It should have never been an interim title fight because John Jones was going to be out.
I could agree with that.
It should have never.
I don't think you should. You should strip John Jones. There's no reason.
If he's
Why can't Tom just defend the interim title?
I've always believed, and I've said this on the show, I have always believed if you're not defending a title within a year, they've got to move on. And he's not going to be defending the title within a year. It's going to be past March when he fights again.
I wouldn't have an objection to that. I just don't think that we're at that point where it needs to be done right now.
We know he's not fighting in March.
John Jones has a booking, right? When he comes back, the UFC is gung-ho on Stipe Miocic versus John Jones. The UFC wants it. John Jones wants it. Stipe wants it. Tom is the only one who wants the other fight. Tom wants that. Tom wants John Jones. John Jones doesn't want it. UFC doesn't want it. So there's only one party involved. Same with the Stipe fight. UFC doesn't want it, and Stipe doesn't want it. So ultimately, if their plans are that,
I think the UFC would do the Stipe fight, but I think Stipe very clearly doesn't want it. I also would say that right now, if you tell John Jones, hey, we're going to move on, I don't think he will have a problem. And honestly, he can't do anything about it. And so my question was to you, why is it better for business for John Jones to be sitting on the sideline with a belt? Does that pay-per-view sell any more shows? Does that buy rate go up any more if it's John Jones versus Stipe for the heavyweight title, or if it's just John Jones versus Stipe?
Does the next Tom Aspinall fight do better if it's, okay, John Jones vacated the belt and now it says champion or interim champion?
I think
it's the same.
I think so. It's the heavyweight title.
They're the same.
It's the heavyweight title.
It's the same permutation.
It's the heavyweight title, and now he goes in as the champion against the winner of Stipe versus John Jones.
He's still the champ.
Here's my other question. Has John Jones given you any indication that if Tom Aspinall goes out and fights Cyril Gane next, let's just say, not in the works, but like he seems to be the next guy, that if Tom beats Cyril, John would then consider fighting him? He keeps talking about
If he does not,
then we should strip
then
him.
I would strip him.
But has
Then
he
I would
given
strip
you
him.
any indication now that he is interested?
He hasn't
in
even come back to fight yet.
No,
He has
but
to
like
come back and fight Stipe first.
based on his tweets and all that shit, does the Ciryl gun change?
Nope.
So what do we do?
Doesn't seem that way, but
Like,
yeah,
he's the
it's
only
unnecessary.
one. He's the only one that's poo-pooing Tom Aspinall. He's the only one that's saying you can't sniff my jock. And
by the way, by doing it, they're building a much more interesting fight. This was the same thing
but
as
this is
Francis
what's getting
Ngannou.
everyone fired up. And that is a great point that you're saying. Is this affecting his legacy? Because now I'm starting to see, which is a little bit of revisionist history, where it's like, you didn't want Francis, now you don't want Tom. What's going on here? Is this this is
It could.
Forget about the PEDs. He has the greatest resume in the history of the sport. No one fought, especially at his age, the killers and legends and Hall of Famers. It sucks that we're even having this conversation. But it is hard for me to digest the idea that a guy who has only fought once since February of 2020, who got this title shot because of the Francis situation and won the belt because of the Francis situation, is now injured and just had a second surgery and is holding up an entire division. It's not
He's
the
not
way.
holding it up, though. This
He
is the
is.
part where I disagree. Tom can fight. There's nothing stopping Tom from fight. Tom is doing what John is doing.
It's a
John is
different
saying,
world,
this is the
man.
fight that I
You
think
get
is
paid
the
differently
biggest
when you're the
fight for me.
heavyweight champion. You get paid differently. Your life is different. You're the heavyweight champ or the interim heavyweight champion. Is a different world. It's a
Well,
different
then
world.
John Jones shouldn't give that up, should he?
John Jones is fine. He's holding up the dreams of everyone else.
He's not.
He is. He is, because if he
He's
gives
not.
up that title, Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the world. How is he not? He's actually doing that. He's actually
He's not
holding
giving
it
up his own dream.
Oh,
What about his?
get out of here. What about his? He's got enough.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
John Jones comes back.
Out of benevolence, I just decide that Tom Aspinall is now king. Like, no.
John Jones comes
should
back.
not give it up.
John Jones is at the point, because he's a legend, where he is getting paid. He's getting everything the same. He's getting everything the same. He's Conor McGregor status in the sport. He's Khabib status in the sport. He doesn't need the belt like Tom does. And I'm not telling him to do
Agreed.
charity, but I'm just
This
saying.
is what you are saying.
What I'm saying is, ultimately, for the supposed
This is
greatest of all
UFC's
time.
call, not John's.
I said that. I said that at the very beginning, but it's a bad look. Just say, hey, man, you're doing great stuff. Hey, Paulo, what's up?
Ask him about this.
I will ask him about this. I don't know how that just happened, but I think it's a bad look for the baddest man on the planet to say to Tom Aspinall, when you can clearly all see who Tom Aspinall is, and he has fought everyone put in front of him, and it was just the Curtis Blades thing that is like the one blemish, to be like, nah, you're not good enough to be in my orbit. Come on.
See, that
man.
part I agree with. The resume conversation, nonsense. It's just John Jones
That's the part that's bothering me the most. That's the part.
Yeah, but
what did I say at the beginning of all
belts
this?
part, the
I
interim
understand
part-
where John is coming from. He wants this legacy fight. I wish that the UFC made it cleaner. I understand where
Do we even
Tom-
agree that it's a legacy fight?
Stipe versus John?
Yeah, I honestly feel like Tom does more for his legacy, if at all, slightly, just because he kind of beats a guy who's relevant. The explanation for why John Jones wants the Stipe fight is flimsy to me, if I'm being honest. Like, it just doesn't make a ton of sense. I don't think that it makes a ton of sense from a legacy perspective, but he seems to believe that. UFC seems to believe that. Obviously, Stipe believes that because he's, the party that benefits the most out of it. I don't know. The reasoning is flimsy to me, but I would be in no rush to take the title off John, nor John give it up, if I'm being honest. But yeah, Tom's resume is not something to criticize in terms of Tom should not get this fight.
Right.
No, that's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. But this is what an interim title is for. Legitimately, this is the one actual time they're using it properly. This is what it should be. Tom defends and then fights John Jones or Stipe, hopefully.
All right. Well, 20 minutes in, I got to one question. Great job. Great job by me. All right. We'll answer the rest of the questions in a bit. For now, though, let us go to the man who's returning to action. Finally, we get to see him back. UFC 298, February 17th, Anaheim, California, against Robert Whittaker, our old friend, Mr. Secret Juice himself, the motherfucker himself. Paulo, how are you?
Hello, my brother. I'm pretty good, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing great.
The proud of Quebec. The proud of Quebec.
Yes.
The most famous
That's-
from Quebec.
Yes.
Right here. Ariel Hawani.
Hey, have you lost weight, Paulo? You look very slim.
Oh, thank you, brother. I'm trying. Yes, this is the most difficult part of my my whole tournament is stay lean, stay lighter. I put a lot of enforcement on that. This is the most difficult part.
How much do you weigh?
I don't know,
Okay,
and I don't want to know as well either.
I understand.
I'm just doing. I think around 98 kilos,
Okay,
97 kilos.
Paulo, off the bat, we have to talk about the hottest news, the biggest news. I can't waste any time. Very important stuff. And it involves you. So I need to get your take on this, okay? I've been digging
Okay.
around, and this is what my sources told me. And so I just want to confirm it with you because, this is pretty big. I've been told from sources that January 2024, we're here in January 24, you still have not proposed to Tamara. Is this true?
It's true.
Fucking hell.
But
What's going on?
brother,
She's
it's not a lot.
She's not going to stick around
Trainer,
forever,
man.
Paulo. She's not going to stick around forever. You're going to blow this.
But I have a deal with her. I told her I gonna do this on this year. This year is the end line.
When are you going to do it? December 31st, last day of the year?
And I don't know, brother, but I need to have a time. Brother, I don't have a house with her yet. We are separate, so we need to first of all we need to decide where we're gonna live. I don't think we're gonna still live in Brazil, so we need to move.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a lot of excuses.
yes, but I think she's trying to delay as well. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I just was talking. I was digging around. I just wanted to know where.
Yeah, you always blaming me, but maybe she's avoiding, yeah, you need to. Yeah, I don't know. I think she wants to have the things very consolidate,
Mm-hmm.
like a house where you're gonna live will be better for all parts.
Okay.
Me and yeah.
Paulo, hey, yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. The last time we spoke was in Abu Dhabi in October, right after that event. And it was a very tough time for you. You were at the event, you were sad, you couldn't fight Khamzat. Can I ask you in the aftermath, just, those days afterwards and you're healing and you couldn't fight and you were so close to fighting, what was it like for you? Were those dark days for you? Was that a hard time for you?
Hard times. It's interesting. I was thinking about that last night and before. I try getting sleep, and I was doing kind of some meditation, and these memories come back. Like facing the fears and the bad memories. And brother, yeah, this was maybe the hardest part of my entire career, because I was fighting against inflammation, and doing fight camp very hard in a different place, different environment. I could say hostile environment, country. Yeah, was different, but I did everything was on my reach, and I'm very proud of myself. My team is proud of me, because we never give up until the doctor say, yeah, you cannot still fight and training, and yeah, we're gonna reopen your arm, and yeah, but even there I was mentally very strong and very confident beside all the problems. But yeah, it was bad, because when I thought about that moments, that days, that weeks, I start to feel this was wild. So yeah, but I'm what I can do, right? I just can take some good lessons of this.
How is the elbow now? Fully healed?
Yes, fully healed, and I have no problem.
Okay,
with
good.
This elbow. Yeah.
How did we end up with Robert
Thank you.
Whittaker as the return fight? Was there any talk of anyone else, or was it always Robert?
Oh yes, I'm trying to fight Gomet Chimaev.
Oh,
I was trying. Yes, I was trying.
what happened?
Since I could not fight and he fought against Kamaru, he won, but he didn't convince anyone, I think. Me and the people that I talk about, at least, he didn't convince. And I think that most part of the fans, I don't know you what you think about that fight, but I was not convinced he's the guy number one contender. But yeah, so I keep trying that fight. I keep pushing for the fight. Yeah, hey guys, Hunter, let's make this fight happen. And what Hunter say, Hunter and the UFC guy says is no, he gonna not fight until June or July or something like that. I don't know why.
Okay, so it was Robert, and were you okay with that?
Yeah, so then I need to move in, and they say we have a Whittaker. I don't know. I don't like to say to speak his first name because I never know how to speak. The people say I'm talking about the Lord of Rings. The small guys, Robert. I don't know how. So I say Rob. Is this correct?
Rob? Yeah, Rob's cool. Yeah, Rob
Okay.
Whittaker. Yeah, no problem. Or you can say Whittaker or Bobby Knuckles.
Yeah, Whittaker. Bobby Knuckles. Okay. Yes. So they say we'll have a Whittaker here to fight you. I say, okay, let's go.
And is it in Anaheim? Because I had heard maybe it would be in Saudi Arabia too at one point. Is it 100% Anaheim?
I will tell you, I didn't sign yet.
What? Really?
They didn't send this email. I'm waiting for email. I don't know what happened, but they say Anaheim, and I'm okay with Anaheim. I like the California people.
Yeah.
I spent a couple months there last year, like 6 months in Whicher, Anaheim. It's close to Anaheim. It's California, Orange County.
Yeah.
And in my coach's house, his name is Greg.
Okay.
He's very nice coach, very good. And the only problem of Anaheim is the tax, right? California, all California high tax, but they say Anaheim, so I'm very. I think that the fight is gonna happen.
Okay. But what is at stake in this fight? You win this fight, what happens? What do you think you get?
We never know, but I suppose be number one contender. I suppose either me or Whittaker, who won, gonna be the number one. I think Whittaker came from Ross, but yeah, I think this is interesting fight. I think on the situation of this middleweight right now is to decide who's gonna be the next line.
Are you worried about ring rust? It's been so long since you last fought. August of 2022.
I'm worried about what?
Being rusty, ring rust. Because it's been so long. Are you worried about not feeling like yourself? In the cage in the fight.
I understand you. A lot of people have this complaint about when they stay some time out of competition, but I honestly I don't think that. I was couple months from fight. I mean, not fighting when I fight Luke Hot, and I didn't feel this. So I think it's most important what kind of training you are doing. If you are doing realistic trains, the sensation is almost the same.
Okay.
The timing, the speed, the pressure, I don't know how to say, but the thing that you feel when you are like scared.
Nervous,
How
the
you say?
anxiety.
Whoops, nervous. Yeah.
Goosebumps, yeah.
So, but yeah, that word.
Yeah.
How you say that?
Goosebumps.
Goosebumps. Yeah. When you go to train and the training is very challenger, and you feel these goosebumps and you feel anxiety, and you need to perform very well with realistic timing, speed, and the emotions. The emotions is like real. I think you are prepared, and
Okay.
I'm doing that.
Okay. The middleweight division, very interesting. Next weekend, there's a title fight. Sean Strickland, Dricus du Plessis. What do you think of these two guys?
Oh yeah.
They had a very busy weekend in December in Las Vegas. The press conference, there was some nasty things said, and then they got into a fight in the crowd. What do you think of these two guys and their dynamic?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's interesting. I think they are not so interesting to their skills. Maybe they are not so famous for their skills, but they are very very good fighters, and in a kind of way, different styles. Strickland is not very orthodox MMA fighter, and Dricus either. I just watched one fight of Dricus against I didn't
Rob.
remember against who.
He fought Rob.
He fought Rob, but I just saw some shorts. I didn't watch the whole fight. I must watch. I'm gonna watch, but they are kind of weird, I think. Yeah, but it would be interesting. I think it would be more like bad feelings fight than very skilled fight.
Who do you think wins?
Because I have no idea. I have no fuck idea, bro. Everything can happen. Who you have some predict about that?
I think it's a pretty close fight. I'm really not sure what to make of both of them. I was wondering though on your part, like, do you this is a topic now with those two and with Colby and stuff. Do you feel like there is a line when you're selling a fight, when you're promoting a fight, when you're trash talking, that certain things shouldn't be talked about, or do you think that it should all be allowed? That go crazy.
No, yes, no. I think they are going so far. Talk about family. Talk about it's not necessary. You need to be more creative. More, you don't need. If this is true feelings, is okay. Go there, be real. But if not, bro, I think it's too much. And we feel like a cringe when I feel cringe for these guys when they say something like that. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable. This is the word, I think. Yeah. About family is not good, right?
Yeah, I agree. How would you feel? Because I could see a scenario if Dricus wins, they would want to do Dricus versus Israel, and if Sean wins, I could see them wanting to do that rematch too. How would you feel about that?
You mean Adesanya pull and take this?
Take the
pull in and take this.
Yeah, get the title shot next.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to watch that, but if he came, I don't know. Let's see. I hope not. I just hope not happen.
Or maybe there's a scenario where you win this fight against Rob, and then you fight Israel, number one contender fight.
Oh, please. Yes, make this. Yes.
That'd be fun.
I would prefer. Yes. Of course. I look for this fight since I lost.
This is like a dream fight for
So-
you, right?
Not dream, but because my dream is a fight that I'm gonna get. I get a very good reward. A very good. I would say this is just revenge.
Okay.
So I have revenge. You just need to do. You just go and do the revenge, but it's not a good prize if I want.
Okay. What is your dream fight?
If I get my dream fight is for the belt against JJ.
That's the dream scenario for you.
Yeah.
You versus Khamzat for the
Yes,
belt.
the best.
Who's the champion in this
Yes.
scenario? He's the champion. You take the belt from him, or you're the champion and you defend it
Oh
against him?
yes, bro. I have no question about one fight, one matchup against Shimaev. I can bet everything on me. Everything. I'm so confident on that fight.
It has to happen this year, right?
This should happen. This has to happen, but they cannot force. Bro, Ariel, you know how much UFC, Dana White, everybody from UFC, all those guys they actually force Hassan to fight me in Abu Dhabi. Brother, he great from 3 times in last year, 2024. And they put him in the corner and say, okay, so you're gonna fight no one if you didn't fight Paul. So, and they made a very good contract, like $2 million for him to fight to sign this deal and fight me. Yeah, but Allah saved him. I don't know, Allah. Yeah, God saved him for now.
How much better is your life now that USADA is gone?
Oh, it's pretty nice because until now nobody came. So thanks God for this.
That's great.
Yes, yes. If USADA was still on, I should have already a couple of visits here, like at least 2 or 3 times this year. Yeah. No, not this year. Since Christmas.
Yeah. The last time that the guy came to you or the woman came to you, did you say goodbye, thank you? Did you hug them? Was it emotional?
Yeah, like 40 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, how long? Very good, right? So long. I didn't see anybody with USADA shirt here.
You think anyone's going to come to you before this fight?
Bro, I think no.
Okay.
I hope no.
And what about the secret juice? When is it going on sale?
Yes, I think they are just waiting for my next fight just to release.
Okay.
This. I hope I just let for them Tamara and more 2 people handle this, and yeah, I'm just focused on fight.
Okay.
Right? How it must be.
Yes, of course. By the way, I saw a video of you with I don't know if it was an orangutan or a monkey or a chimpanzee. You were in the car with.
Yeah.
And then you were drinking the secret juice. Who was this this lovely fellow? And what was it? What kind of animal was it?
Yeah. I don't know. I suppose it's a monkey, right? It's a monkey.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. All right.
But I don't know. I think chimpanzee. I don't know what kind of monkey, but she's very smart. It's a girl.
Okay.
Bula, something like that. So smart. So smart. She gave me to drink. She drank already
Where was this?
as well. Abu Dhabi.
Oh, this
Abu
is
Dhabi.
okay.
Yeah. It's Movsar. The guys has some animals, tigers, lions, chimpanzee, a monkey.
Okay.
Nice, cool.
And you can hang out
Cool,
with them.
right?
Like she was in the car with you and everything.
Yes, bro. She's so smart. I think she co-drive a car if she wants.
This is amazing. I loved it.
Yeah.
I love the dynamic
Yes.
between you two.
Oh yeah, yeah. We can interact very easy, and yeah, I think we have something common.
I saw you you tweet about you versus Connor at 185. You really think he's going to fight at 185?
I think so, brother, and I have some feelings about that. I think we're gonna fight.
You think so?
I think so. Honestly.
Honestly. This year?
Yeah. Yes. I think this can happen, but we're gonna fight in some somewhere.
Why do you feel so strongly about this?
Because he's moving up, and we don't have too much middleweight guys right now. I think my style and his style is a good matchup. I will not try and put him down, and he either. I think he's huge, strong, very good. He's a exceptional fighter. I think one of the best of all time. And Chandler will be. Chandler will not. Chandler can fight at 185. I don't think so. So that's why I think there has better matchups to McGregor at 185 than Michael Chandler.
Okay. And you don't think that the 185 thing is a joke? Like, you actually think he's being serious?
Yes, I think he can. I think he has. He's so confident on his skills, and I think he can.
Okay.
Maybe he makes some jokes. Maybe where the weight is the best for him, but the guy, I just learned I cannot double about Conor.
Right.
We were on that, right?
Yeah. And by the way, for you, like, you recently re-signed with the UFC. That was happening all last year.
Yeah.
When you see what someone like Francis is doing, is there any part of you that is, impressed or wondering, what life would have been like for you outside the UFC? Do you look at that story that way?
Yes, I'm very happy for him. I could say I think he's chasing his dreams. I know. I think he did the right move at that point. I think he did everything very well. We need to recognize this. Take the hat off to France and his team. The guys did amazing, but I was thinking about something in the same way in that time, but I just resigned. I resigned in good terms, so I need just to look forward and move on. So yeah, but he did very well. He's a good inspiration. Yeah, and I think he changed for better this business.
Do you have a New Year's resolution, Paulo?
Uh-huh.
New Year's resolution. Do you have a goal?
What?
Do you know what a New Year's resolution is? It's like your goals for the new year. What is your New Year's resolution?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know this word.
It's like your dream, your wish for people have.
Yes.
I want to lose weight. I want to get in shape. I want to get married. I want to buy a house. What is your New Year's resolution?
Oh, you talk about professional.
That's a good question. No, personal.
Personal is have a kids, build a family.
This year? All that this year?
This year, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Why not?
Well, we're not even engaged yet.
Yeah.
You're talking about kids. So we got one step at a time.
At least inside the mom, babies inside in the mom. I don't need to. Yeah.
In the oven, yeah. It would be nice. You win on February 17th, and then you propose in the cage.
Brother, take care of your life and let my own.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Oh my God!
I was just
guy make me sweat.
I was just trying to give you an idea. It was a nice idea. I thought maybe it would be romantic.
Yes, it's a nice idea. Nice idea. Yeah, I'm gonna ask her if she wants. Maybe maybe
Okay, I could be there.
she doesn't. We need to her.
Sure.
You just
I could officiate the wedding. Imagine me in the middle there being, do you take the, like that could be, think about it. You don't have
I
to say
think
yes. You don't have to say yes now. Think about it.
yeah. Okay,
Think about it.
brother. I'm kind of shy about that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think Gustafsson did that, right?
Yeah, Gustafson,
Gustafsson,
Benson Henderson. It's a couple people
right?
did that. Yeah.
Oh, a couple people.
Yeah.
So cringe. So cringe.
All right, fine. How do you beat Robert
It's
or Rob or Bobby Knuckles on February 17th? How do you win? What do you think? What do you envision?
how I gonna win?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. What
something.
are you feeling? Yeah.
To be honest, brother, I think we fighters need to be so confident. So it's look like all the time this guy say the same thing. He gonna knock him out, or he gonna finish this fight. But it is exactly what we fighters need to believe, because if we didn't believe on that, if you don't believe on that, this is going to not happen. The chance of this happening is so small. So I truly believe on myself. I think we have kind of 40 days or 37 days until the fight, and now is the time of when the training camp start to be very hard, very difficult, and at the same time, this sharpen your skills more and more often. So, yeah, I could predict. Let me see. I think I'm gonna count him on some or punches or kicks. I don't know, but I I have a feeling I'm gonna uh, uh, get him on some movement that he could not see, and he gonna sleep.
Okay. Well, I can't wait, Paulo. What a card this is in Anaheim. A very good looking card as well. Ilia Topuria is on there. He's kind of a model in Spain. You're on there, of
Oh,
course.
yeah.
Maybe the best looking guy in the UFC. Alex Volkanovski, Rob Whittaker just had a baby himself. His fifth
Thank you.
child. Robert Whittaker just had his fifth
Yeah,
child.
you're right.
It's unbelievable. Ian Gary's on there. So a lot of
Unbelievable.
yeah, it's a lot of big names on this card. Always a pleasure to talk to you. I know you have to go to training. I said I would let you go at this time, so I'm going to let you go, Paulo. Thank you very much for joining us as always, and all the best to you. And we'll talk to you soon. Good luck in the final weeks of training camp.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, Ariel.
All right, there he
Bye-bye.
is, Paulo Costa Borrachinha, the racer, returning to action on February 17th. A very focused, a very somewhat serious, subdued Paulo Costa. I can't wait for that fight. One of the many big fights coming up on February 17th. There's a huge fight going down in Quebec City this Saturday at the Centre Videotron. It's great to see Quebec boxing on fire these days. Dare I say, doing a hell of a lot better than Quebec MMA. And there's obviously a rich history for longtime fight fans such as myself, who grew up in Quebec, going to shows over there. Groupe Yvonne Michel was a longtime promoter, and now there are several and a lot of big names coming out of there, and none bigger than Artur Beterbiev, who has headlined many shows in Quebec since coming over from Russia, and he is returning once again. We thought we were going to get this fight mid last year, but unfortunately it got delayed. We are getting it this Saturday, and if you're a fight fan who has ESPN Plus, it's great because you have the whole UFC event, and then it turns over to this very good card in Quebec City. If you're in the UK, you get this fight on Sky Sports, and I know a lot of fans in the UK are looking forward to this one as well because it's one of their own. Callum Smith, who is looking to do what his brother did last year against Chris Eubank Jr., which is screw up some major plans. He screwed up those plans. His brother did. Liam Smith, the Eubank plans. Perhaps he was going to fight Conor Benn if everything worked out. He delayed those plans, and obviously there's a lot of plans about Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. He's looking to spoil those plans. In La Belle Province, let's go all the way to Quebec City now and say hello to Callum Smith. Hello, Callum. How are you? Nice to have you on the show. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, mate. I'm all good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much. First, could I ask, I'm from Montreal originally, so a few hours south of Quebec City, and I know what it's like in January in Montreal. What is it like in January in Quebec City? How cold is it for you over there?
It's cold. It's cold. Very cold. It's quite nice. The snow's nice. Nice being inside. I've never seen snow like what we're getting here, but it's good. Another place ticked off the list where I visited through boxing. So yeah, we're all good. We're in a good spirit.
Are you the kind of fighter? I know some fighters say that they don't like cutting weight in cold climates. Is it hard for you when you're in frigid temperatures like that?
Yeah. So obviously you listen to your nutritionist, but I think just the final weight cut's obviously a little bit tougher when it's cold. You're trying to get a sweat on, and it's hard to get somewhere where you can do that properly. But no, you make do it what conditions you've got, and I'm sure the weight cut will be okay tomorrow and be away and okay Friday.
I was looking at your Instagram yesterday, and two things kind of hit me near and dear to my heart. Number one, your son's name is River, and that's my daughter's middle name, so I love the name because it can go for a boy or girl. And then the other thing that hit me in my heart was that it was just your daughter's birthday. I believe yesterday was your daughter's birthday, and I know as a father of three as well, I've always tried to not miss birthdays. And so I'm just wondering how difficult that was for you to not be there for your daughter on her birthday.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Obviously, I'm a family man. I've got two amazing children at home, and I love spending every day I can with them. And to miss a birthday, and she's 5 years of age, so it's kind of a big deal to her. Was tough, and I think that just shows the side of boxing that people don't really see the sacrifices you make throughout the years, and there's a lot of sacrifices you make which you kind of expect to, but missing my little girl's birthday was tough, but it's a sacrifice you've got to do. You want to be the very best, and hopefully I can be successful Saturday night and we can celebrate them. But yeah, it wasn't ideal, but that's just part and parcel of the sport. I'm not the only fighter who probably missed one of the child's birthdays, but it's not one of the better parts of the sport. But it has to be done, and it did in this case.
Perhaps it was made easier by the fact that I understand that the majority of your training camps as of late have had to take place in the U.S., but this time your head trainer came to Liverpool, right, Buddy McGirt? So you got to spend more time at home. That must have been nice for the family. Yeah,
definitely. That was a lot better than the last few camps were spent a lot of weeks over in the States. So for Buddy to come over to Liverpool for the full camp this time was definitely a lot helpful for me with the children, and a lot helpful for me partner as well, help with them with the school run and stuff. So yeah, it made life that little bit easier. And as I say, I've come from a close-knit family. I'm a family person, so it's always a little bit easier getting the tough work and the tough sessions done when you're in familiar surroundings.
So this fight, like I said, we thought we were going to get it several months ago. He has to withdraw. He has an issue with his teeth. And then all of a sudden now it's in January, and of course you have to miss your daughter's birthday and whatnot. How difficult was that period for you? Because you're starting to peak, right? You're getting mentally ready. You're in the midst of the camp, and now all of a sudden you have to take your foot off the gas. How disappointing was that?
Yeah, it was disappointing, deflating. I'd done most of the training camp, so I was ready to go at the time when the postponement happened, and then to put it back to January when obviously you had to. Christmas wasn't the best year, and then obviously my son's birthday was last weekend. My little girl's birthday was yesterday. So, but again, it's just little sacrifices you've got to make. I'm fighting for 3 world title belts. It's the biggest fight possible out there for me, and these are the fights I'm in boxing for. So if it means making a few more sacrifices, then it's what I'll do to become a world champion again. But it's not ideal. But we're here now. I've had a good camp. I'm in a very good place, and hopefully, I think when we were in the summer, the weather was a lot nicer. It was like a completely different place, but it is what it is. You take the good with the bad, and I'm here to do a job, and that's to win, regardless of what conditions or what sacrifices I've had to make.
Why was the makeup date pushed so far down the line? Why did it go all the way to January? You don't know.
You tell me. I don't know. I'm the challenger. I just got told a new date. That's it. You've got to just say, I think when you're champion, you get to call the shots a little bit more. I thought when it was postponed from August, we were looking more towards September, October, maybe even November. But when they said January, I was a little bit surprised and, like I said, disappointed. Obviously, the first thing you think is that Christmas cancelled this year, but we're here now. I've done it. I've done the hard part, the training over Christmas and missing my little girl's birthday. So now it's just time to get in and perform.
And that also meant you didn't fight last year. You were inactive, right? How frustrating was that?
Yeah, massive. I think as a fighter, activity is key. I've always said I'm at my best when I'm active, and I was going into the original date a little bit inactive, but it was what it was, and then to postpone and then not get a fight in the interim is frustrating. But I think at the highest level, I'm a professional enough, and as long as camp's gone well, I don't really believe too much in ring rust. Obviously, if you get your timing in, it may take a little bit longer, but once I'm in there, I'll adjust and say I believe I'm good enough to go and become a world champion again this weekend.
So I'm curious how you feel about this, and I will admit I'm somewhat guilty of this as well. Dmitry Bivol fights on December 23rd, and everyone's like, Bivol, Beterbiev, that's the fight we all want. Like, they're even talking about it on the broadcast. Even Eddie Hearn on the show on Monday was talking about how he knows that, Saudi Arabia wants that fight. It seems like everyone wants that fight, and now here you are trying to ruin those plans. Do you feel disrespected by all this talk? Does it annoy you?
No, not so much, because if you take the fact we're fighting out the picture, they're the two best light heavyweights in the world. They're the only two champions. They've got all the belts between them. So it's a fight that, to be totally honest with you, it should have happened. They've both been champion for about 5 years and they've never fought each other for whatever reason. I have no idea, but all of a sudden the talk's happening now. A little bit disrespectful when obviously I've got a fight scheduled in with Beterbiev, but it'll just make my win a little bit more sweeter knowing that I've ruined a lot of people's plans. But I'm not mad at people for wanting to see that fight, because it is a good fight. At the moment, it's the best for the best until hopefully Sunday morning when it's no talk of me v Bivol. That's the plan.
Is there a rematch clause between you and Artur?
No, I'm a mandatory challenger, so if I win, I'm free to go and go and do whatever I want and go and fight for undisputed against Bivol and, like I say, take his place in that fight.
So is that the dream? Like, because I could see then there would be some pressure of maybe running it back. You would say, no, let me go to Bivol now, and that could be an easy fight because he's with Matchroom as well. Yeah,
it should be pretty simple to make, and say that we'd be the only two champions in the weight division, so it's the only fight that makes sense for either of us, to be honest with you. So I think it's a natural fight that should be made. The winner of the fight this weekend, I think Dmitry Bivol's already shown his interest in his side of it. So a lot of things in boxing aren't straightforward, but I think the winner of this fight against Bivol should be the most straightforward fight to make.
Do you think that Artur Beterbiev is worthy of all the hype and praise that he receives? Obviously, he's undefeated. We know he has dynamite in his hands. But is there sort of like a boogeyman aspect to him where some people are more intimidated by like the myth of Artur Beterbiev as opposed to like, what he actually brings to the table? What do you think?
Yeah, a bit of both. I think people do probably read into it a little bit too much. They create this big monster, and they kind of just forget the fact that he has been hurt, he has been down twice professionally. People seem quick to forget that, but his achievements do speak for themselves. He's undefeated world champion. He's knocked everyone out he's ever faced, and he holds 3 world titles. So at some point, he does deserve the credit he gets. But I do think people get a little bit carried away with it that he's invincible, when I don't believe he is. If you can show me, prime Mike Tyson can lose, a prime Roy Jones Jr. can lose, then don't tell me Artur Beterbiev's unbeatable.
So without giving away the game plan, can you give us some sort of roadmap to success for you? What kind of holes do you see in his game right now?
Yeah, I just think, look, he's a good fighter, but he's not the hardest person to hit. He can be hit. He does lose rounds. He doesn't whitewash all his opponents. At the time of a lot of the stoppages, some of them are pretty close. So I've just got to believe in myself. I know how good I am, and I've had the same mindset my whole career. The best version of me turns up. I beat anyone in the world, regardless of who's in the opposite corner. You can't over-emphasise on what they're going to do and what they're good at. I think the best version of me can beat anyone on the planet, and I fully stand by that, and I plan on proving that this weekend.
I don't think it's like a hot take to say probably your most high-profile fight since the Canelo fight, right? That's the lone blemish on your record. Are there any lessons you learned from that experience? And fighting Canelo is a beast unto itself, but now here you are in his adopted home province. He's the big star, whatever. Just about dealing with everything that comes with it, and maybe the nerves as well, that you hope not to replicate on Saturday.
Yeah, I think when you lose, it highlights areas what you need to improve on. And I made a few changes to my team, and I moved up in weight division after it. And little changes what I probably wouldn't have made if as long as you're winning, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But I think when you lose, it kind of gives you that clarity. And like I say, I made a few changes, and I believe it's made me a much better fighter because of that. And I plan on going in there this weekend and just rectifying that performance. Too many people judge me on that performance. It was a bad performance, and people kind of don't really let it go, and they always judge my chances in this fight based on that performance. When, believe me, that version of Callum Smith doesn't turn up this weekend, and that's what I plan on showing. I'm a much better fighter at 175. I'm a much better fighter training under Buddy McGirt, and it's down to me now to go in and prove that and show the adjustments, show the improvements, and become a world champion.
Do you feel like this is a chance to right the wrong of the Canelo experience, or is it two totally different stories?
Two different stories, a completely different weight division, different opponent, but it all at the end of the day, it's my career, and I'll get judged at all my achievements throughout it. And I was a world champion down at super middle. I lost it to Canelo, and then I think to move up a weight division into a division where not many people give me a chance because of the Canelo performance. If I couldn't beat Canelo, I'm going to move up and become a world champion. But I believe I've looked pretty good in the 2 fights at this weight division, and I plan on making it a hat-trick and, like I say, taking his 3 belts off him and becoming a 2-division world champion.
Any concerns about not getting a fair shake in Quebec?
No, not really. I think as a fighter, there's enough things to worry about besides worrying about whether the judges are going to give you the decision. If it goes to points, and I believe I've done enough to win the fight, then I'm confident they'll give me a fair shake. If they don't, it's out of my hands. That's not my problem. But I can't go in there worrying about it and let it affect my performance and my tactics. I've got to just do what I need to do to win, whether that's win on points or whether I knock them out. But I say there's enough things to worry about besides worrying about the judging as well.
And just curious, Eddie told us on Monday, I think he lost the purse bid by like 5,000 or something, a crazy number, a minuscule number. What has it been like now, going through this process with Top Rank?
It's been okay. They've been pretty good to deal with. They're a big promotional company, very well run. They've looked after us since we've been here, and the fact that I've had to travel doesn't really faze me. I've boxed Saudi Arabia, America, Germany. I've boxed all over the world, and even more so as an amateur. So the travel aside doesn't bother me as much as it probably would certain fighters who are not used to it and prefer to fight at home. So I've travelled over there with my team. I say I've got a close-knit team who are good people to have around me. They keep me relaxed. They keep me focused on the job when it needs to be. And I say I'm having a good fight week, and all the hard work's done. Now it's just about tapering down and gearing up so I'll peak on the weekend. I
love the way Eddie described flying to Quebec to support you, comparing it to going to like an away day if you're supporting a football club on the road, and that he's going to be a full-fledged Callum Smith fan. He doesn't have to be unbiased for this one. He's going to jump over the ropes when you shock the world. It was great to hear. And he posted a picture of you guys from many years ago, I think maybe when you signed one of the first contracts with him. Can I just ask about your relationship with him over the years? And obviously Matchroom has come a very long way since you signed with him to see where they've become now. What is your relationship like with Eddie?
Yeah, I've always had a decent enough relationship with him. I've been with him since the start of my career, and we've both kind of delivered on both ends. He's given me the opportunities and I've took them, and I think that's important. Whatever he said he'd do for me, he's done, and I've done my side as well. It's no good him getting me opportunities if I'm not taking them. So I think we've both worked together over the years, and hopefully we can finish with 3 world titles this weekend.
I mentioned your brother's win over Chris Eubank last year. Does that come up at all? Like just the idea of being the one to ruin plans, to shock the world, things like that. Do you use any of that as inspiration? Does that come up between you guys talking or the team talking? Any of that come up?
Not so much, but I definitely say use it as inspiration. I've always looked up to my 3 older brothers and always wanted to be like them. And it just shows, regardless of people's opinion and no one giving you a chance, if you believe in yourself and you go in there and do what you know you're capable of doing, you can always upset the odds. And Liam done it last year, and I plan on doing it this year.
And by the way, what about the modeling for Liverpool? I saw that on your social media as well. How did that come about? Nice stuff. I liked it. You look like a pro.
I don't know if he just messaged me. I don't know why they wanted me, but they asked me to do it. And obviously, being from Liverpool and being a Liverpool fan, it was an opportunity I couldn't really afford to pass up on. But no, I'm no model. I think I'll stick to boxing.
Did you get shit from your friends? Did they make fun of you for that?
No, I think because it was Liverpool, they were a little bit, it's not too bad. But if it was anything else, I probably would. Because it was a Liverpool football club, they were kind of say fair play.
You think they win it all this year?
I didn't at the start of the season. I thought it was a bit of a rebuild process, but they're not doing too bad at the minute, at the top of the league, and they seem to be doing well. So fingers crossed they can keep it up. But I think it's a bit of a surprise for most Liverpool fans. Yeah. I think they thought maybe another couple more years before they're back on top, but you never know. Football, it's a funny game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate now that they lose Mosala to this Asian Cup tournament, or no, the AFCON tournament, excuse me. So that's going to be key for them. Last thing before I let you go, there's a lot of famous MMA fighters from Liverpool, Paddy Pimblett and Darren Till and Meatball Molly. Do you have any do you ever like run into them, cross paths with them over there?
Yeah, more so Darren Till. He's doing a lot of boxing training at the club at the Rotunda ABC where I train, and I've done most of my camp for this fight. So I see Darren most days. He's a good lad. He works hard, and obviously Molly and Paddy from Liverpool, and I share the same S&C coach as Leon Edwards as well. So I've followed his career for a few years as well. He's the man at the minute, isn't he? So yeah, the UK MMA is getting bigger and bigger, and especially Liverpool.
I know Darren is fancying a boxing career. Do you think he's? I know he trains at the same gym, so you're obviously not going to make fun of him. But like, does he have what it takes? He's kind of disappeared.
No, he does. Yeah, the stand-up's pretty good, and it's getting better as well. Now he's focusing just on the boxing side, the striking, rather than having to mix it in with everything. So he's improving all the time, and I think he's open to make an announcement pretty soon. But I think he's going to step over into the boxing world, and I think he's still got plans to always go back to the MMA. But I think for now it's something new to him, which I think is like revitalised him a little bit, given with the bit between his teeth, and I think he's enjoying training again and enjoying probably learning striking from actual boxers, so to speak. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. I think he'll have a big 24.
Okay, what's the official prediction? How do you get it done on Saturday?
I think I'll knock him out. I think it's an exciting fight. I think you've got two punches. You can't really expect it to go the distance. He's never been there before, and from my side, I believe he's shown vulnerability. So I think it'll be exciting while it lasts, but I think I'll knock him out.
Can't wait. Pleasure to have you on. Really enjoyed it very much. All the best to you, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you. See you soon.
There he is, Callum Smith. Huge opportunity for him against one of the very best boxers on the planet. Like I said, if you're a UFC fan, obviously you're going to watch the first show of the year. Stick around afterwards. This is a great card, and there's a lot of great young talent on it, but the main event is as good as it gets. And I think it goes down at around...
That's the busiest.
Yeah, that's right. The main event goes down. It starts at 5:30. And, okay, so pardon me, Beterbiev and Callum Smith is actually going to be on linear ESPN. How about that? And that will be at around 10 o'clock. So it shoots over. And there's a youngster named Christian Mbili who represents Montreal. He is an absolute stud, 25-0. He's also pretty high up on the card, I believe, in the chief support. I'm looking forward to it very much. So we'll see. I think he's a pretty big dog, is he not, GC, at the moment?
Yeah, he's about a plus 325.
Oh, really? I thought he was going to be much bigger than that. What's Beterbiev?
Like a minus 450.
Oh, I actually thought it was going to be like minus 700 to, I don't know, plus 500 or something like that.
Wow.
He's got a
That
chance.
means you should take Beterbiev then.
No, we already said we don't go against guys who come
I
on
know.
the show.
I thought he was going to be a minus 700.
What is Callum via knockout?
Callum via knockout. Now we're getting spicy.
Well, that's what he said. He's what he predicted.
Yeah, I know. Callum KO plus 700.
Plus 700.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't mind that.
H-Top?
Is that because you guys said, wait, what was the rule again?
There are no rules. If it's plus money, it's an H-down in my heart.
Yeah, no,
Say
Rick
otherwise.
was the stickler. Shocker. What was the rule again? Oh, it can't be an
They
H
have
down.
to actually be an underdog.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can't pick a favorite to win by a method and say that they're an underdog.
But in this case, it would be okay because he's the underdog.
He's a dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're saying like
100% okay.
If I was picking, I don't know, I was going to say Sean. I don't even know if Sean Strickland is the favorite. Is Sean Strickland the favorite?
Currently, yeah.
Is it a
The
close
line
one?
is coming in. Yeah, very close.
Yeah, but you're saying
You
if I was
can't pick
picking
the
a favorite
by
all right,
method.
fair.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, no, I say you can. Strickland minus 130.
Oh, wow. Okay, that is close. All right, still to come, Mark Hunt, and we'll round out the guests with Arnold Allen. But let's go back to the questions because I only got to one, and we've got a little bit of chunk of time here, so I want to get into these. And again, we're flying by the seat of our pants. No moderation for the first time in a long time. Oded. Hi, Ariel. Did you watch The Iron Claw? And if so, what did you think about it? Unfortunately, I didn't. I really want to see it. Anyone here see it?
No, not yet, but I have big plans to. Heard it's unbelievably sad.
Yeah. And you're in that mode right now. You just saw The Wrestler.
Yeah. Yeah. Back-to-back wrestling movies. Wrestler also kind of sad.
Yeah, kind of sad. But you gave it what? You gave it a 6 out of 10? What'd you give it?
7. 7 flat out of 10. Good movie. Would recommend to watch. Nice and short. It's like an hour 50.
Yeah, it's solid. Did Rick or Frank see Iron Claw?
No, I don't think anyone has yet.
No.
Going to, though.
I'm not dying to.
Field trip?
I've listened to like 10 different podcasts about it.
Wow. Listen to the podcast before watching it? Is that
interesting? That is interesting.
I tend to listen to things that are not spoilery. Also, I mean, it's kind of based on a true story, so it's not like it's not exactly the end of.
I don't know one
Avengers
thing about the
Endgame.
story, so I can't wait to see it.
The Von Erichs. I love that they made this movie. It's incredible.
Efron, shout out.
Yeah. Oded also asks, what is your favorite pro wrestling movie and what is your favorite pro wrestling documentary? That is a great question. Favorite pro wrestling movie? Easy. Layup. Ready to Rumble. Who's seen it? Who's seen it?
I've seen that.
So good. Have you seen it, Connor?
No, I haven't even heard of it. Ready to Rumble.
Ready to Rumble, starring the great. Come on, give it to me.
James?
Oh my God!
Don't say it. He's gonna see it right now. It's gonna pop up on the screen right now, starring the
David
great
Arquette.
David Arquette.
There we go.
It's a
I
great.
couldn't think of his name anyway.
And-
so I
Hey,
couldn't
and they got
respond.
Mike Goldberg in here, too.
And Scott Kahn.
Scott Kahn, wow.
David Arquette then became WCW heavyweight champion off the back of that movie, which was a very controversial moment in the history of pro wrestling.
If this
Like,
is
in
not
the
like
wrestling world, as promo for a movie, he becomes champion. It was crazy times.
Do you remember this?
that's ridiculous.
Yes.
Oh yeah. of
In
course.
real life, he became active.
Yes.
champion.
Yes. Yes.
And this is like, this poster has to be the most 2000s poster I've ever
It's
seen.
so good. It's I
Scott
love
Kahn,
it.
shout out.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really fun movie. I really enjoyed it. Oliver Platt is in it and a bunch of the WCW guys. Favorite documentary is a really hard one because there's been several great pro wrestling documentaries, but ultimately I would say it has to come down to 2. Beyond the Mat, which came out in the late 90s. Maybe, no, actually came out in 2000. Either 99 or 2000. I'm pretty sure 2000. I went with my sister to the theaters to watch that. There was only playing in one theater in Montreal. And if it came out in 2000, she was 9. And if it came out in 99, she was 8. And it was pretty gruesome at times. Beyond the Mat is just amazing. If you have never seen Beyond the Mat, no documentary, no independent documentary, and it was directed by Barry Blaustein, will ever get this kind of access into the world of WWE. But then there's also great stuff regarding ECW and the indies and whatnot. And then the second one, it's neck and neck, 1A, 1B, Wrestling with Shadows. And that's about Bret Hart, and in particular 96, 97, going into the Montreal Screwjob and everything that went on. Again, the access is unbelievable. And really one of my, honestly, like 2 favorite documentaries ever that I've ever seen are those 2. So definitely go check those out if you have not seen them. OC, good day, Ariel and the crew. I will skip the pleasantries because I have an extremely serious question that needs everyone's immediate input. When sharing a pizza with someone, after you each take your first slice on your respective side of the pizza and eat it, when you go in for the next slice, are you each obligated to take a slice next to the first slice you took? That's very interesting. Or can you go wandering around the pie and take your next slice from anywhere? The fat guy in me wants to take the slice from anywhere, but I think proper pizza etiquette is following the pizza path you started. I wonder what y'all think. Happy New Year, if it's not too late to say so by now. And thanks so much to everyone for putting on great shows every week. It's a great question. I try not to touch because, you want to rip and you're going to have to touch another slice when you do the rip.
Do you even share pizza with people?
I mean, very rare if I'm being honest, but
figured as much.
You need to try to cut them and separate them. And I would say it's a little bit rude and manque de classe, if you get what I'm saying, lack of class, to go over to the other side and now start taking the biggest piece.
It means like you got your eyes on
of that?
you got your eyes on it for a reason. It may have more toppings on it, maybe bigger.
May have
you know.
less
I
toppings.
see.
You see something that you like about it. That's the only reason you would go to that piece.
I see.
Like, when a pizza's covered in jalapeno, do you sometimes pick less jalapeno on a slice, more, depending on...
I mean,
I kind of just picked the one next to it by default, but this is making sense to me. The idea, like, hey, maybe that one has more toppings and stuff.
Yeah, it's typically how I do it. I usually just grab the slice next to the empty space. You
I
keep the
just
circle rolling.
Grab what I want.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me.
I don't think that's that bad. I feel like that's okay.
I feel like you're
that's
sharing
alright.
a pizza. You're not like
I'm actually with you. I don't mind it.
collaborating.
There's been a couple of times where I've been guilty of it. I mean, you see a really good slice, you're walking up there. It should technically be available to you if you're sharing.
It's why you could display the whole thing. It would be a pizza dispenser if it was supposed to be an
Can I
order.
say something?
Once you take it too, then now it's been completely disrupted, and now it's everyone's free to grab from wherever they want.
So knock the first domino over, pandemonium, everyone's
yeah,
happy.
I like that. You're a
Okay,
trendsetter.
can I say something? Can I say that if you're sitting at a table, I think the appropriate thing to do is to take the one closest to you. If you're at a party, let's say it's like a Super Bowl party or whatever, and all the pizza is out like on an island or a table somewhere, and you have to get up, I think it's a little bit weird to then start ripping to take the like. Let's say there's like a pie like this, and there's 2 slices missing, and now you're gonna go on the opposite side and cut open the whole thing just to take one out of the middle. I think that's a little bit weird too. You know what I mean? Like you kind of have to keep a little bit of decorum.
You also got to remember if you're going to do this at a party, you're likely, you get up during the commercial break or whatever. You're probably going to be alone, and you got free reign.
But now
no
everything's
one
all
can pin
open.
it on you.
Everything's all unripped, and it's
Who's
just
the guy that's keeping track of? Well, so and so was up at the box.
I come
5
back
minutes
and
ago.
I'm the one who's judging. I'm 100%. And then what if it's not a clean rip? And now all of a sudden it's like halvesy rip.
Sometimes
and
that's
there's
on the
cheese.
fault of the pizza.
Is there anything worse than there being a stack of pizza boxes and you have to go through to find which toppings one you want?
Yeah.
Then there's
I mean,
always
that
the
just creates
mensch
a
who
whole scene.
consolidates them.
Yeah, but then that guy's touching everything. I actually prefer him not to
Okay,
touch on
you're
my
sharing
pizza.
food.
Nah.
Again, not a dispenser. What do you do when you break bread? You're like,
I pass
don't
the
touch
bread to
this.
them, and they break
like
it
you're
off
breaking a
themselves.
wishbone.
That's right. Dustin, Happy New Year, MMA Hour fam. I have a friend that loves to talk pay-per-view buys based on interviews. By the way, is there any more annoying conversation these days on the internet as far as combat sports is concerned than the pay-per-view buy talk? Like people just insulting each other based on pay-per-view buys, especially in the influencer world. They love this. Based on interviews I've seen with promoters and insiders in the sport, seems like the validity of these numbers are always called into question. To me, this doesn't seem like the best gauge of interest or views for a fight. Sure, especially with, piracy and whatnot. What, if any, is a reputable source for this information? How are these calculated? There isn't one. It doesn't exist. There are some journalists who, have the buys, but they're not 100%. And for various reasons, the outlets, the networks, the platforms, whatever you want to say, don't want to put them out. And they advise the fighters not to put it out. And so there's no like Nielsen, and who knows these days how accurate that is. There's no official source for pay-per-view buys. It has never existed, and it probably will never exist unless it's like a situation where you're watching it on YouTube and there's actual views in your face. I don't know if it will ever exist. Does the crew think that this somewhat of an antiquated business model, especially considering the unresolvable issue of piracy? Much love from Colorado. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's antiquated because honestly, the UFC is killing it on pay-per-view, and other like Garcia and Tank did great. There are certain fights that are pay-per-view worthy. I will say it doesn't make sense for everyone. I don't think PFL should be in the pay-per-view business. I don't think their super card with Bellator next month should be a pay-per-view. I think sometimes boxing has in the past shot itself in the foot by putting fights on pay-per-view that shouldn't be on pay-per-view, although they're doing that less and less these days, which I think makes a hell of a lot more sense. But I don't think it's antiquated for the big dogs. And piracy is always going to be an issue. And I would presume that at some point it's going to resolve itself in that there's going to be less and less pay-per-view, or people are just going to invest more and more into piracy. And even if they do, it's going to always be a thing. And so maybe people get around it by putting it on like a Prime or a Plus or a Peacock for $5 as opposed to, WWE did that. They just gave all their pay-per-views to Peacock. Didn't give it. They sold them to Peacock and said, hey, we're going to, try to estimate what these could have done. And now you just have to subscribe. And now you get WrestleMania and you get all the big WWE PLEs, as they call them, for one subscription price rather than having to buy it every month for $50. That's part of the evolution as well. Kevin, the other day I went down a rabbit hole of some of the earlier MMA Hour shows in your second stint. Fun seeing how much GC has also grown in this spotlight as the babyface. I'm currently watching the show from September 29th, 2021, and seeing how many people in the live chat saying, who the F is that guy when GC segment was on, to him becoming one of the biggest stars in MMA social media. Let's take a second to give GC his flowers. And Matt Arnold adds, below that, I have friends who don't even watch MMA who send me GC memes. That's how you know you made it. How about that, GC? Did you ever think that you would
what a moment.
Did you ever think that you would be welcomed with such warm, welcoming hands?
No.
Arms? No.
No.
You never
Definitely
thought it
not.
would turn out like this?
Definitely not. No. Blown away by it. Blown away.
What are we at now on social media? I mean, I saw recently you are having like 5 million views on some of your
Yeah,
memes.
I don't know. Lose track at this point.
Wow. Over 20K on Instagram?
No.
On Twitter?
Twitter, yeah. Twitter.
30?
Over 25K on Twitter.
Wow.
Not 30. Following's kind of plateauing, you know. People are getting used to me. People are getting tired of me.
Do you ever get tired of the memes, or do you just love making them? And when do they come to you? Like in the middle of the night? Like, what's the thought process? How does it work?
I don't know. The most random moments.
How does the sausage get made? Which one do you think is your best meme?
I don't know. I mean, there's been a few that, like, the funniest thing is maybe my best one probably didn't get the most likes. Some of them I actually think, there's sometimes where I think they're like hilarious and they kind of flop a little bit.
Like what's the best one that didn't hit that you thought was like a sure thing?
I'd have to go through them. I mean, I've literally posted thousands since we started this.
Why do you enjoy doing this so much? Like, what's the...
Because it's lighthearted. It's fun. It's hilarious. I don't like to get into all the seriousness.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I just see some nasty stuff out there.
A lot of arguing.
So yeah, I mean, this is a way to keep it fun, keep it light.
And have you ever thought about taking your meme talents to other sports? Meaning, I'm sure you watch football, this, that, but you never meme about those sports. You just
they all fall flat. All fall flat.
Oh, they all
my following is MMA based.
Okay,
man.
all right.
It's people want to see MMA stuff. I post about football, it gets like 3 likes. I'm
Fair
like,
enough.
all right, message received. We'll stay away from the football. It's nice though, because it's like every other realm of my life I can just leave off social media.
That's true.
I just don't even have to think about it. And then when it's MMA, I'm like, yep, we'll throw it on old social.
Try the forest memes. People love that.
I get in the responses and people are like, "Oh, are you like Helwani, you fake ass fan?" I'm just
Plastic
like,
fan?
Yeah, plastic.
They can only see our text threads, huh?
I'm like, dude, I watch every game. We watched the FA Cup game. I'm sweating out the FA Cup game on an Amtrak train using Amtrak Wi-Fi to like watch the entire Forest Blackpool game. I'm like, yeah, I'm a fan. I've been here since the Steve Cooper era. I've been here.
That's right.
10 toes down, baby.
Hut, Ariel, the Adesanya Pereira 3 fight is an absolute must for the main event of UFC 300, right? If built correctly, this rivalry will go down as the greatest trilogy ever in the UFC. It's already close. If Izzy wins, OMG, now he is also a two-weight champ. And with 2 wins over Poatan. However, if Poatan wins convincingly, he slams the door on the rivalry. Oh my God, the stakes. I'm so excited for this. Thoughts. Love the show. Shout out to the crew. I don't disagree at this point that it would be a great addition. I just don't know if it happens. Would you be okay with this as the main event, GC? Would you feel like it's big enough? It's 300 worthy?
You're gonna have to excuse me. I got this.
Izzy Pereira 3.
Izzy Pereira 3.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Our good friend Jed Mashu actually threw a nice conspiracy theory out to me that he believes if DDP wins next week, they're gonna try and flip him around and book DDP Adesanya for 300.
I don't mind. I would love to see if DDP wins on January 20th and doesn't get on the microphone and call out Izzy, I mean, that is promotional malpractice 101. That's the fight to make, right? And you can make a strong case that Izzy versus Strickland 2 would be gigantic as well. What is bigger? Izzy Strickland 2 or Izzy DDP or Khamzat DDP or Khamzat Strickland? Rank them.
Man. What was that, 5 of them?
4. I'll give you my rankings first.
Okay, yeah.
Izzy Strickland 2, 1, biggest. Izzy DDP, 2nd biggest. Khamzat Strickland, 3rd biggest. Khamzat DDP, 4th biggest.
Yeah, I think that's accurate, but I think I would put Izzy DDP 1. There was just so much heat with that matchup.
Yeah. I just feel like the Izzy versus either guy scenario is bigger than the Khamzat at this point.
Oh yes, I think.
I feel like some of the heat has gone off Khamzat at this point.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, Izzy was a long-standing champion. He is a massive superstar, and like now it's like, can he get his get back, or like, was that the break in the armor there with that Strickland matchup?
Yeah.
Okay, what about
Okay,
Izzy
yeah,
versus
hop in here,
Khamzat?
Rick.
Say it again.
Izzy versus Khamzat.
For the belt?
That's a big one.
For the belt? Or just
That might be the biggest one, though. If we're just throwing
Honestly,
out I think that might be the biggest fight.
I think the dynamic between Izzy and Strickland is bigger now than Izzy and Khamzat have very little heat. They never really talk about each other.
But
The press conference would be great. Also, like I think
You don't think
didn't Izzy go on
you
his-
don't think the Izzy Strickland press conference will be box office, or what about?
No,
the
that's
Izzy
what I'm
DDP?
saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying I think they would both
I'm
be
not-
box office.
I gotta be honest. I don't think that the Izzy Strickland thing is gonna really like have a ton of heat.
Oh man.
Like
I think
they're
Strickland
gonna
would be
fight
saying some
over.
wild things after the
Maybe,
performance that
but-
he put on, and if he would have a defense under his belt against DDP. I mean, I feel like he would really be talking some shit.
I have a feeling that Israel's angle on that is just gonna be made the adjustments, gonna fight him. Like what's Izzy's real beef with Sean Strickland? Like he beat me. I mean, you can even hear it when he like talks about the fight or rewatches the fight and talks about it. I don't think there's a lot of animosity on that side. Izzy
How
versus
do you rank him, Rick?
DDP. I think I might be with you that I think Izzy
that's one.
DDP by the time it comes, that one will be pretty massive.
I think that's one. I can't wait for that fight next week. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And I think Khamzat versus Izzy might be the biggest one.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
I think if Sean or DDP has a great performance, like if it's a ho-hum fight next weekend, then I think some of the luster goes away. If either guy comes out there, guns blazing, knockout, gets on the microphone and said, "Izzy, get off your ass." And look, good spot to be in if you're Israel. You got Alex calling you out after he wins the 205 belt at MSG, and then you'll probably have the middleweight champion call you out, especially if you're DDP. Sean may go in a different direction. I don't know. But it's a good spot to be in for a guy who doesn't hold any gold at the moment, which speaks to his success over the last few years. Abe, hello, Ariel. Quick question and request. Will we be seeing a return of the Royal Rumble lottery game from you and the crew? That was honestly one of my favorite MMA memories from early 2023. P.S. Make sure Frank sends the money in advance. Much love. Happy New Year, your boy Abe. I would love this. In fact, I think we still have. I mean, it was over there. It's gone now. But I had it the entire year. I had the little lottery thingy. Are we doing this again, guys?
Yeah, Tropicana Field.
Yes. Are we doing it?
Yeah. I dug that. I think that was fun last year.
All right. What happened to the lottery thing? Where did it go?
I think we still have it.
All right.
That'll be somewhere.
So we're
I
gonna.
will say though, at a certain point, it became so obvious, like
Nah, it was fun.
what was gonna happen. No, it was fun. I dug it.
That would have to be on the 24th. So put in your calendars. Okay.
Done. It's on
All
the
right.
calendar.
And
Jacob, hey Ariel, any update on Dylan Dennis? I really want to see him in MMA with the UFC or elsewhere. He has gone radio silent since your live show in New York. Makes me think he has something just waiting for an announcement. I haven't heard that. Look, I think he was a little bit too open about his desire to be in the UFC. It's, I think it's a little bit smart to play the field and to play hard to get. And I think saying, I want to be in the UFC or bust. I wonder if Bellator didn't release him right before the sale, would PFL have him in a tournament? Would PFL have him on a Bellator card? Would, not the worst place to be for someone like him. But I have not heard anything. I still think he ends up there. Maybe Connor puts in a call. Maybe he fights on this June 29th card. And I would still like to see it. And I think any welterweight who tells you they wouldn't take that fight is lying, because it would get a ton of buzz and interest and all that stuff. But nothing at the moment. Luis, hi Ariel. Chris Cyborg posted on X last week that Kayla Harrison has declined an offer to fight her. Do you know how truthful that is, and do you think that fight will ever happen? That is not 100% true, unfortunately. They are going to do this card. My understanding is neither Kayla nor Chris is on it, and I think that's a little bit of a bummer, because when you think of Bellator versus PFL, the first fight that comes to mind is Kayla versus Cyborg, but there's different factors at play here. Number one, Kayla's contract. She told us that was her last fight. the one that was in late November. And Chris Cyborg has a boxing match coming up, and I think it's just a little bit too close to this proposed February 24th date. So I don't think Kayla may have turned it down as part of a, hey, if you resign, you get this. But, like, come on, that's not exactly telling the truth. And my understanding was that they wanted Chris to fight on this card, but it was a little bit too close to her boxing fight, which, I personally am more interested in Chris fighting in MMA to round out her career, because I just think there's bigger fights for her there, as opposed to, like, sign me up for, if we're not getting Chris versus Kayla, sign me up for Chris versus Larissa Pacheco. Can we see that? The number one fight is Chris versus Kayla. But if we can't see that, Chris versus Pacheco would be great. Way more interesting to me than Chris versus, some boxer that we've never heard of. But no, not 100% true, and doesn't look like we're getting it, which is a bummer. Gaza Brew. Hope all is well. Wondering how much influence does you and your show have on the UFC in making fights happen? Do you think Dana has someone watching the show to see what fighters are saying? I know they watch the show. I know they're aware of the show. In what, obviously they're aware of it, but in what way do they watch it? Is it just through socials? God knows. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But I don't really know that, like, we're not sitting here saying, you must make this fight, you must make that fight. But they're aware, because I know that sometimes, like, someone will say something on the show and then they'll get a call an hour later. They'll tell me that. So they're aware. And that's fine. The funny thing is that other than my relationship, or whatever you want to call it, with Dana, I think I have a pretty good relationship with everyone at the UFC. Do we talk every day? No. Do we talk every week? No. But no beef with Sean Shelby or Mick Maynard. No beef with Hunter Campbell. Never met him in person, or Lawrence Epstein, or any of those people. So I don't see why they wouldn't watch the show. Pecan Pie up in this. Hey, Ariel, it was announced last week that Money in the Bank will be taking place on July 6th. Do you suspect that this is the reason why International Fight Week is being moved 1 week earlier, since both the UFC and WWE are under the same umbrella? I did think this. I did ask about this, and I'm still unclear. I still think there's something to this June 29th thing. What that is, I don't know, but it just seems very random that it's June 29th. And perhaps, if I'm TKO, why would I want the two shows going head to head? But also, then why wouldn't one of them be on the 13th? You know what I mean? June 29th just seems very weird to me. I feel like we're going to find out soon the reason behind this. Cole, Ariel, do you think we'll see Justin versus Max defend the BMF title at UFC 300? I know it sounds silly, but with most of the champions not available, I could see this as another promotional tool. Sure. Do I really care to see it? I mean, it's a great fight, but like I prefer Max at 145. Do you guys have a strong interest in that? Max at 45 to me is more interesting than Max going back up to 55. Anyone?
Yeah, it's not really about the weight classes. I just think the fight would be incredible.
Yeah.
It's a good fight, but it's not going to be the thing that all of a sudden everybody's going to be like, 300's a banger now. Like, so they might as well just keep that somewhere else if they want to do that. But it seemed like Islam Makhachev tweeted, or somebody on behalf of Islam Makhachev tweeted this morning that they're looking at Justin in June. So maybe that's Justin's next step.
As many times as the BMF belt can get put on the line, the better.
So this wasn't asked yet. I'm sure I'm going through all of these here kind of in real time. But since we're talking about the BMF title, let's talk about Jorge Masvidal versus Nathan Diaz. This was announced on, or I guess reported by Happy Punch. And did you notice, by the way, it's funny, on a Monday where I was sort of lamenting the fact that none of the boxing media credited me for the Francis. And by the way, is there anything more annoying than media guys whining about not being credited? The point is, and I don't know if there is anything more annoying. So I'm not trying to be that guy. But I have also criticized Happy Punch for not crediting us when taking our videos and whatnot. And what did I do in the tweet? Not the second tweet. I'm trying to set a standard here. I'm trying to show the other media guys this is how it's done. It is not a bad look to credit. In fact, it's a good look to credit. Second line, first reported by Happy Punch. Nothing wrong with that. Okay? What's right is right. Nate Diaz, Jorge Masvidal, which shout out to one of our loyal listeners, Polymath, who sent me a message last week saying, I'm trying to put the pieces together. Every time you talk about Nate and Jorge, you say they're not going to fight at UFC 300 or in the UFC next. Are they going to fight each other in a boxing match? He nailed it. And I left him on scene because I didn't want to say anything. But I've known about this fight for a while, in the works, was asked not to report on it, and so I have to respect that off the record. You got to be a vault. It's in the works and hoping to get finalized quite soon for later on this year. Boxing match, not MMA. Masvidal, Diaz, Masvidal 2. Rick, your level of interest?
Not very high. 5.
5 out of 5, not bad.
Yeah. Would have preferred it in MMA, and even then, like,
Right.
not that interested. So not very interested.
I saw some people saying, like, I would have taken this on 300.
Sure.
You're shaking you're agreeing, GC.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah.
I'm with Rick. I would have rather seen it in MMA than in boxing. The boxing interest, I mean, takes it down several notches.
Really?
Does it not for you? You're just as excited for a boxing match as you would an MMA match?
The number one fight, if you could tell me right now, like, what's your number one scenario for Nate Diaz, it would be an MMA fight against Dustin Poirier.
All right.
Not Connor.
Well, because, like I said, I would like to see the Chandler thing play out. Just what right is right.
Oh, I see. Because of the timing of it, and Dustin could have been available. Okay, fair enough.
And I really like Dustin versus Nate as a fight, and there's a pretty long, rich history there, but it's not happening. So yeah, so obviously, like, I think I've said this before. Like, I want to see. It's the same thing I said about Chris. Like, I want to see her fight Pacheco more than, It's just what's more interesting when it comes to their careers at this juncture. Do I hate it? No, not at all. Do I like it better than Nate versus random 170-pound boxer? Yeah, because at least there's a story there, and they're kind of both on equal footing. So I'm curious. I'm curious about the card, the rest of the card, who else they're going to put on there, and what this all means. But again, the Venn diagram is growing, and boxing is becoming this nice little, this way for these fighters on the back end of their career to make some money, and I don't hate that as well.
It used to be, though, like Jake Paul, right? Boxer or influencer versus MMA guy. Now it's just like two MMA guys boxing. Like, that's not that interesting. Like, the more this continues to happen, the more this becomes that. Like, just do MMA. It's not that interesting.
Well, contractually, they can't do MMA unless it's with the UFC, and then there's less money to be made.
Hey, listen, get your bag. That part I'm not judging for. But if you're asking me just objective interest, it's not that interesting. But completely understand. Yeah, if it's not going to happen in the UFC and it can't be MMA, then get your money, get paid for sure.
All I'll say is, like, starting from this pay-per-view on January 20th, there's a stretch of several weeks here where there's like a fun fight almost every weekend. February 17th and 24th and March 2nd and March 8th and March 9th and UFC 300 and this. I mean, it's WrestleMania, The Rock. It's going to be a fun stretch, not to mention the stuff that isn't announced yet. So let's see. Rory's stories. Happy New Year to you and the guys. Looking ahead to the rest of this year, I'd love to get your take on the likelihood of a few scenarios in a game of this or that. In this scenario, what is most likely in 2024? McGregor to fight twice or Dustin to have his last UFC fight? Well, one thing that isn't being talked about enough is McGregor only has 2 fights left on his UFC contract. And I do think that we're going to approach, if he does get this fight on June 29th, a scenario where the UFC is going to want to drag their feet in giving him this last fight. I don't know how many fights Dustin has left, but I don't think he's close to the end. So I would say there's a better chance of McGregor having 2 fights than Dustin having his last UFC fight. Nate Diaz to fight in the UFC or Jake Paul to fight in MMA? Those are 2 tough ones. I'd say the latter. No, I'd say the former. I'd say Diaz in the UFC. John Jones to retire without fighting Time Aspinall or Kayla Harrison to fight in the UFC. Better chance Kayla Harrison for sure. I think fighting the UFC, although both of those are pretty tough. I think ultimately Jones does fight Aspinall. Call me crazy. Sean Strickland to go the year undefeated, or Sean Strickland to having to do an apology tweet for going too far. I don't see that happening. So I guess a year undefeated, which he just did. And then Ariel to watch an entire slap fight card, or Ariel's MMA Journalist of the Year win streak to end. I don't know. All I'll say is, I mean, slap fight card, forget card, match. Is that what they're called? Are they called a match, or is it a slap fight? What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the terminology, but you're right to ask. I don't know what they are considered. I guess fight, because the commission is overseeing them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Kai. And by the way, did we ever talk? I think we did talk about the California thing, right? I think
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see what happens there. It's just it's a provisional licensing, meaning they only get it for one event, and then they will look into it and see how it all goes. Kai. Greetings, Ariel and crew. We've seen in the past Saudi Arabia demanding big stars for their WWE shows, Undertaker, Goldberg, etc. And given the close relationship with Francis that he has with Saudi, do you think there's any potential for Saudi to demand him on a future UFC Saudi show, which would open up the possibility of a return? No. I think they're very happy having him in this business, and they can't force him to go and sign with the UFC, and they can't force the UFC. It's different. Taker and Goldberg and those guys are under contract with WWE. Francis, not under contract with WWE. Someone else had a nice...
Also, by the way, didn't the Saudi government or whoever have a stake in PFL? Francis fights for PFL. They could just get Francis.
I'm not sure which group it is. I don't know if it's like an independent group within or...
Yeah, there's like Saudi investment. I don't know what the...
It's all very confusing. But yeah, they're not going to force
that's an easier route.
Right, of course. Yeet Defender, I'm in the process of changing jobs. Just wanted to thank you and the team for all the work you put in. You've cut my new guy anxiety in half. Just being able to relax on the way into and home from work. Thank you for all that you do. It means a lot. I appreciate that. That's very nice. And good luck to you, Yeet Defender. You got this. I know what that feeling is like. It's not the most fun. But a week in and you're like, I feel like I've been here for 6 months. Brandon, hey, Ariel and crew. In a year that was very busy for me due to a new job, getting married, and just overall life, I'm sad to say, despite MMA being far and away my favorite sport, I have fallen off in fandom. For the first time in years, there were many fights that I missed and that I never prioritized watching after the fact. I also didn't watch a single Contender Series episode. All of this to say that you guys have been the one constant when it comes to this sport. Thank you for always entertaining and keeping us up to date. The work you all put in every week is greatly appreciated. How nice is that? I mean, that is incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you can count on us. I had a bit of not an argument, a conversation with someone yesterday in the sport who was trying to tell me to have a fighter on the show who doesn't fight for the UFC. And he was saying, like, your job is to promote, the fighters in the sport. And I said, my job isn't to promote the fighters in the sport. My job is to cover the sport. And by a byproduct of covering the sport, talking about the sport, for, on average, 4.5 to 5 hours every Monday, Wednesday here. And then my Ringer show and everything else, like we're talking about 11 to 12 hours, if not more, on a pay-per-view a week. And my job is to cover, and then by byproduct is promoting, but it's to cover the most newsworthy stuff. Like, I don't think that we should do charity here. We try to cover the sport in the most comprehensive and eclectic way possible. But there's only so many stories. There's one very dominant organization with many events and many fighters, and those are probably the most newsworthy fights and stories. And so I do my best. Anyway, they didn't really agree with my stance, obviously, because they wanted to have their guest on the show or their client on the show. But I feel like, I feel like we do our best. And it's funny when people say to me, like, oh, you just talk about the UFC. And then in the next breath, you get, oh, you hate the UFC. Like, which is it, guys? Which is it? The truth is, we just love MMA, love talking about the sport, love interviewing the fighters. And trust me, if we hated the UFC, I would have stopped doing this a hell of a long time ago. It's been a long-ass time doing this show in particular and just covering the sport. So I don't think you could fake it for this long. Krillix, hey, Ariel, I'm an emergency room doctor. who has been listening to the MMA Hour and The Ringer for years, and I'm seriously impressed by how you juggle an amazing career and family life. I had the privilege of going to school at an Ivy League med school, as well as training in a tough urban emergency room. So I consider myself an incredible hard worker. But as I grow older and enjoy my first year as a married man, I am realizing that we do all of this for family at the end of the day. Amen. Your achievements in sports journalism, especially being an MMA Journalist of the Year for 14, count them, 14 times. Congratulations, by the way. And just the range of your engagements from crossover boxing to now covering the Olympics. Again, congrats. Are truly inspiring. Most importantly, you emphasizing that you wouldn't go to Ngannou's boxing match because it was your daughter's birthday absolutely blew me away. I'm trying to find that sweet spot between my career and personal life too. And you seem to have nailed it. I don't know if I have, but we try. What tips do you have when it comes to balancing it all without dropping the ball? How do you stand at the top of your industry, but also constantly prioritize your family? If Rick, GC, Frank, or anyone else on the team have thoughts as well, I would appreciate it. Keep up the fantastic work and hoping to hear y'all's wisdom. What a thoughtful, nice comment/question. Congratulations on getting married. For me, before I got married and then early on before we had kids, I realized like this is a time to really work. And also you're kind of in the formative years of your career. So you're not really like thinking, you're just doing. 80% of success is just showing up, be omnipresent, be the best you could be tenacious, be aggressive, be obsessive, be passionate, all that stuff. And then there's, a trickle-down effect. Once I had kids, you have to make decisions, and you realize that there are more important things in life than event X. I missed Jones Evans, UFC 145 in Atlanta, because my wife's due date was a few weeks away, and I couldn't even fathom the idea of missing the birth of my my first child. It didn't happen that weekend, but I couldn't miss it or even take the chance. And that was like the first time I had to make one of these decisions. And on it went. Like I said, I don't want to miss a birthday. I don't want to miss big occasions. I don't want to miss big soccer games. I'm dreading trips when I know that I have to miss something, a play, a recital or something like that, a soccer game. And so it's honestly going to come pretty easy to you. You are going to realize what matters most. You are going to realize when you do miss something, how you feel, and you're not going to want to feel that again. And then as your kids get older, you're going to realize that you're not going to want to disappoint them. You're not going to want to have to look them in the face and say, I'm going to have to miss this. That's the worst feeling. And you're going to realize that there's more. You're going to realize that in the moment, trust me, when I was watching Francis and Tyson, I had FOMO on that day, but I also went to my daughter's soccer game and she scored 2 goals and we had cake and we had a good time. And by the time the fight was over, I was like, all right, I missed it. Hopefully I'll be at the next one. You just have to decide what's most important. And I know and I recognize that one day my kids are going to be out of this, out of our home, and they're going to be adults and hopefully have their own families and success and all that. And they won't want me at their birthday party, or they won't want to have dinner with me, or they won't want me to come to their event, or whatever it is. And I'm going to regret missing those days, and I don't want to have any regrets. And trust me, I would regret that a hell of a lot more than missing a fight. That will come and go, and there'll be another one and another one and another one. There's only going to be one 6th birthday. There'll only be one big whatever. And so that, you just have to balance. And part of the reason why I wanted this show to be so successful is that I didn't have to go to everything and chase and be on the road and all that stuff. And trust me, there are some road trips coming up, and some I'm excited about and some I'm lamenting. But you have to balance it and be successful and realize that you're doing this to support your family, and also realize that sometimes your family needs you and you want to be there, and sometimes you have to go away because it all comes back to them. It's nothing I ever talk to anyone about. You just kind of figure it out and you find the sweet spot, and you'll find your own sweet spot. And maybe you'll mess up and then you'll correct things and you'll get back on track. But I've never been able, that's why I always ask Eddie about it. Like, how do you do it, man? I've never been able to wrap my head around that. As much as I've traveled, the idea of being away every weekend and missing things is just not a life that I could live with. It's not a reality that I can come to terms with. Once a month, once every 2 months, once every 3-4 weeks, we could live with that for now. Because the truth is, there's going to come a time where no one's going to want me to go anywhere. and I'm going to be some old fogey that people are going to say, like, remember that guy, hopefully. So, important to take those opportunities now, but also to not miss out on the good stuff. And you just have to balance. You just have to be able to find that sweet spot. Let's try to get to a shorter one here because we just have a few minutes left. James, you got to be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. Yeah, shout out to Warren G and Nate Dogg. Love it. Greetings, Ariel. After watching your interviews with Tim Welch, I'm curious if you have implemented a morning routine. I know you are commuting into the city as I do for my work. What practices have you found helpful after waking in the morning? That's a great question because I'm blown away by those routines and I ask about them. And I would be lying if I didn't say that, I'm always very good at keeping them. One thing that I'm trying to do is not look at the phone upon waking up right away. I'm trying to eat very healthy. I've had like some digestion problems where I'm trying to figure out like what affects me, what doesn't affect me. I'm really like being very mindful of how I feel after I eat everything. I like to do some sort of exercise at least Monday through Friday in the morning. Perfect world Saturday too, but if I skip those 2 days, that's cool. I like to box. These days it's Tuesday, Thursday, getting sometimes the Friday. Last week I got Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, which was an amazing week, and I felt so good by the end of Friday night. Tired, like the sort of like, when you're tired and you're sore, that feeling, that's a great feeling. I love that feeling when you feel like you've accomplished something. So yeah, am I journaling? Am I meditating? No, I'm drinking a lot more tea. I like peppermint tea. I heard it's good for your stomach. So I'm doing that. And we're all just figuring out life. Just want to be happy. Just want to be content, healthy, all those things. Jared, what's up, crew? After watching Monday night's national title game and all the various broadcasts that they have on ESPN, I was wondering how cool this would be if they did it for a UFC pay-per-view. I know GC and friends currently do watch parties, but what if customers could switch streams and get play-by-play analysis from current, former fighters, personalities, coaches, fans of the sport? One of the first things I pitched when I got to ESPN was that a Manning cast for UFC pay-per-views of Chael and I, Ariel and the bad guy. And it would have been great because they had the rights. So you can do it. Like the perfect thing is how McAfee has it or Stephen A has it, where you can see the broadcast and then also get the sidebar stuff as opposed to two screens, right? But obviously there were politics and issues and whatnot. So it didn't really work out. There was some talk. One thing that I think would actually do very well is a Manning cast, second screen type of thing that this gentleman is talking about for WWE pro wrestling, where you're not getting like the kayfabe broadcast, but you're getting two individuals talking about yesteryear, nostalgia, and guests are coming in. This is something that I think would be a box office idea, like on Peacock or something like that. But yes, I do think it would be fun. I think for UFC, it's so intense and people love the broadcasters so much. And it's like the commentary is part of the fight. It's just so, there's so much anxiety. It's not like, oh, let's watch, third down and shoot the shit in a blowout. Colby Covington and Leon Edwards are about to get into the cage and knock each other's heads. Like you almost want to be locked in. That's why I feel like it would be perfect for pro wrestling. Where if you're like an older fan and you don't want to you want to watch, but you're more of an old school Laps fan, you want the nostalgia, you want to see Stone Cold come in for a match, you want to talk to this guy, you want to talk to that guy, Bret Hart pops. Like, I think that would be tremendous. I think that would be fun. Ariel, congrats on the Olympic gig. In my opinion, no bigger stage in sports. Thank you. Are there any non-mainstream sports you're excited to go watch or athletes you're looking forward to speaking with? Certainly a lot of the Canadian athletes, but I'm excited for all of it. And, Canadian basketball is going to be huge. but get me some ping pong action. Get me some swimming, some whatever, skateboarding. I love the Olympics. I love like the nationalism, the patriotism, the hoopla, and this is going to be such a big one. First time in about 100 years, Paris hosts the Olympics. First non-COVID Olympics since 2016. I just feel like it's going to be such a celebration of life. I can't wait to be there. What type of music do you listen to? Can you give us your top bands of all time? Hope all is well and looking forward to you and the boys every week. Growing up, it was all about hip hop for me, like in my teens. Warren G was one of my favorites. Tupac was one of my favorites. Biggie was one of my favorites. Shout out to these gentlemen. I loved the Fugees. I loved Wyclef. I loved Corrupt. I loved Nas. I loved all of that. Wu-Tang, of course. Eminem later on. As I got a little bit older, I really started to listen to, I had a bit of a hippie stage where I liked Bob Dylan and...
Did you ever listen to like rock and roll?
I never, later in life, I was more are you talking about like Leonard Skinner and stuff like that?
I mean, just based on your age, like you missed the whole grunge thing.
Yeah.
Nirvana, Alice in Chains, all of that.
Not missed it. I was aware of it.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, but it wasn't my thing.
Missed.
Yeah, it wasn't my thing.
All right. More of like a Rat fan.
Rat? What does that mean?
That was like a hair metal band from the late 80s.
But later I've liked a lot of UK rap, and now I'm listening to the stuff that my kids listen to sometimes. Listening to a lot of Hebrew music, if I'm being honest. And just eclectic nonsense, but you always go back to the stuff you grew up with, 90s, 80s. It's tremendous. And a lot of the Substack titles are, in reference, like the one of yesterday was, you can't be any geek off the street. Do you know where that's from, Frank?
Sorry, I was engaged in another conversation. Wow. It was a technical one.
It's twice now. I just throw it to you.
Oh, really?
Well, it was GC earlier. You can't be any geek off the street. Do you know where that line is from?
I do not.
All right. Well, so be it. I guess we'll never know. All right. Maybe we'll get to more. But how many we've got to? 20. Not bad. Seems like I get to a lot of them when I just kind of pick and choose myself. But we do miss your work here, Frank. I am going to maybe squeeze in a few more. A lot of them. Last I checked, there was 138. I don't know if all of them are questions, but there's a lot of activity. We do have to get to our next guest of the day, and I am very excited about talking to this man. It has been a while since we last spoke to him. I think it's been 2 years since we last spoke to him. One of our favorites in the history of this program, an OG, a legend, a living legend, an absolute trailblazer. What a guy, the KFC King, waking up at the break of dawn over there in Sydney to join us, approaching his 50th birthday, but still kicking it. He's the one and only, the Super Samoan, Mark Hunt. Hello, Mark. How are you?
Yo, what's up, hero? How you doing, man?
It's good to see you, my friend. Look at that. You got a little white there in the beer, too, huh? We're getting some, what is that? A little salt and pepper?
Yeah, time, bro, Got a bit of grays going on there, and that's it.
I love it. How are you doing?
Good, man. How's things? Yeah.
Everything's good. Everything's good here. I have to say,
that song that you're talking about, I think it's called Regulators.
Yes, you knew that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I heard you saying it, so I was just, isn't that anyway.
Regulators, mount up. It was a clear black night. A clear white man, Warren G was on the street trying to consume.
That's it, Warren G, right there.
That's right.
Get it right there.
That's my guy. Well, it was very nice. I got a message from you over the weekend. And it was a nice surprise. Like I said, we haven't had you on in quite some time. And so I'm very happy to have you on. How would you say, how's life these days for you? You're approaching 50, right?
Yes, sir. I'm 49 and 50 in March. And I wanted to talk about, coming back to fight. When I finished with the UFC, I think 5-6 years ago, I said I want to complete my journey of fighting 6 more times. Since then, I think I've had only a couple of fights, a couple of boxing fights. So looking forward to. That's why I reached out to you.
Yeah, so
time to get back to
So why only 2 fights since you left the UFC?
Well, I don't really want to get into that sort of, that sort of thing right there. Talking
Okay.
about it, but well, who knows? Like I've been talking to a lot of companies, but it just didn't seem to pan out. That's all.
Okay. And
Yeah.
the issue, the legal issue between you and the UFC, is it done now? Are you moving on?
Well, that has been thrown out of court, to be honest. But I don't want to talk about that stuff. You know what I mean? It's
Sure. No, I don't mean to drudge it all up again. But I just wanted to know, like, as we kind of check where you're at in life, mentally, are you moving past that? Are you comfortable with moving on with your life?
Well, right now the monster's sitting looking that way. They got a chance to go that way, and it's on them. There's a lot of liability here for them to go that way. While the monster's looking that way, but if they don't take that opportunity right now, they're going to have a lot of issues. And I've said that a lot of times. If they don't walk past it or sneak past it while the monster's looking that way, the issues will be far greater than what it is. The judges threw the case out already, but we have a lot of other issues at play here at hand now, so it's on them to make things correct. So, like I said, like I said, when they're watching this right now, but like I said, I'll give you this opportunity to go that way to fix things.
Okay.
Because if you don't, you're going to have so much more issues. So much more issues. You already know what problems you have already at the moment. So, but what I wanted to talk about was fighting again. So
yeah. Okay. So, and when you say fighting, do you mean boxing or MMA?
Well, like I said before, 6 fights to finish. I've had 2 boxing fights. I'm kind of keen on doing some bare knuckle.
Oh, wow.
I have been talking to the company. Yeah, I've been talking to the company before a while ago, but we just didn't lock down a deal at all. So, but yeah, I'm keen on doing some bare knuckle. I have been, I had a little message with the champ, Mickey Terrell. So, maybe we could, could throw hands together somewhere.
You like that bare knuckle stuff? It's gruesome stuff. You think that this is good for you?
Well, I mean, no one says fighting is good for anybody, but to be honest, you got to be kind of dumb to say, well, fighting is good for me. But, like I said, what it provides is financial stability, something else. So,
sure.
I don't fight because I love to. I fight because God has put me to be a fighter. It provides good money, and that's what it is. It's an honest living. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to sit here shit in your pants to say that I love doing it. It's just fighting. It is what it is.
Yeah, and there's BKFC.
Growing up, I didn't know what I wanted to do in life. But God said, you are going to be a fighter, and that's what I've been doing with my whole life. It's been over 3 decades.
Yeah, it's been an incredible run.
And I'm still going, so,
And what's the motivation as you approach 50? Why do this?
Well, of course, the motivation has been money from the start. It's always been money. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say if I get lies. I mean, I love get punched in the face. I mean, everyone's got to have a job, but like I said before, it's an honest way to make a living. But it's always about finances, and that's it. Yeah.
And
got to get paid, my friend.
No, I get it. The cheddar makes it better, like Rampage Jackson said.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, everyone has to get up every day and go to work to do something. I mean, you talking to me, you're getting paid somewhere or other. I mean, everyone's got to have a job. So, I think 99% of the globe has to go to get up and work in some form. And it's just that the form of work I do, well, a few of the fighters that do, you get belted around. So,
So it
is what it is.
You mentioned bare knuckle. I've seen you also tweet at Jake Paul. Is this a fight that you want, Jake Paul in a boxing? Because I don't think he's going to do bare knuckle.
Well, I don't know, man. Is that the fight that he wants? I mean, shucks. I mean, I always thought he was kind of small for it, but I mean, if he wants to throw hands, man, I'll throw hands with anyone. To be honest.
Are you impressed
with
him?
That ain't a problem. I actually like what he's done. He's actually done a lot of good things for himself in fighting. But I mean, he can sell out stadiums as being as a YouTuber. So I have respect on that side for him. But as skill level goes, I don't think so, to be honest. But who knows? Who knows what the future holds?
Sure.
Only God knows,
Do you have any interest in going back to MMA, or is it just like BK or boxing type stuff?
Well, man, I love MMA. I just, I had you were there when I had my run in MMA. I had a few hiccups along the road. got into issues with the company, and I haven't had a fight since. I haven't had an MMA fight since. But yeah, that is what it is, and we move on. We get up and move on. We don't just sit around and eat cheesecake like I was.
Is that what you were doing?
But yeah.
How big did you get?
Well, I got pretty big, bro. I got like maybe 162 or something.
Kilos.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see what that is.
I think it was like over 300 pounds.
357.
Yeah, 162, 150 pounds.
357
pounds. Pretty heavy, right?
Wow, what are you now?
I'm still fat, but I just started back to training, so.
And how does it feel getting back?
Training.
As you're approaching 50, how does the body feel?
I'm not going to lie, it's not easy. It's pretty hard, but like I said, it's like riding a bike. You get up, and you just keep getting up, and that's it.
When you see,
it just takes time.
You see the success. It's amazing. Like when you started, Australian MMA was nothing, New Zealand MMA was nothing, and now it's become like an epicenter. Do you take pride in that? Because I feel like you were a trailblazer, and this is a byproduct of your career, of your success and pride in the UFC and K1. Do you take pride in that? Do you feel that way as well?
Well, not really, to be honest. I feel like there's still a lot of changes that need to be made, and that's why we've been in these these wars and on the other side about it. The changes still need to be made. And like I said, we've been working hard at the other end trying to fix things. And until that's done, I feel then I can be proud of something. Legacy. After not just being a fighter my whole life, fighting not just in the octagon or trying to be the world's best fighter or the champion. For me, it's not about that. It's about as a pioneer, laying the platform for others. And that's one thing I was proud of, is laying the platform for others. And like I said, I'm still working at the end to make things better on the other side. So yeah, that's one thing I'm proud of. So standing up for the right thing and saying, "Oh, look, this isn't right," and then trying to fix it, regardless of being one person.
When you say you're working on that now, what do you mean by that? How are you working on this?
Well, I can't really speak about it right now. I'm not trying to go into the hard argument of the fuck UFC bullshit or whatever.
No.
But I'm not gonna say that. I think that's embroiled most of my life, my fighting career, in a bad way, to be honest. And the narrative people got out there about me is not good, especially about the things I was standing for against the UFC. All I said was, speaking about it, was I wanted an even playing field, which I never got. 7-8 years later, I'm still here, and like I said, the monster's looking that way, and these guys got a chance to think that way. But if they don't, everything I said in the past will come true.
I have to be honest. I know you're not trying to drudge up this stuff, but I'm not 1,000% sure what you're referring to here with the monster. What are you talking? Can you?
Like I said, I don't want to talk about that. What I talk about is, I know he's not.
No,
what I want to talk about is the Swiss MMA Federation.
Tell me, okay. What is that?
That's part of it.
What is that?
The Swiss MMA Federation. It's the Swiss MMA Federation. It's a governing body, and what they stand for is trying to do what I've always wanted to do, is start a pension for fighters. Because there's pensions in every other sport. Why don't we have one?
Yeah.
So being a part of that, and also them being part of starting the Penelope Foundation, which is through domestic violence all over the globe, and doing different things like this. Just something that I've been doing on the side also, which is great.
Did they reach out to you, or you reached out to them?
Well, I've been speaking with them, and especially with different things, which is great.
Okay.
So yeah.
California is trying.
But I am really excited about. Sorry.
California is trying to institute a pension for MMA fighter as well. Did you see that?
I didn't. Like I said, I haven't really looked into. I've been just watching the boxing in Saudi Arabia. With different things. That's all. I haven't been watching. As you know, I don't really watch any MMA anymore. I mean, I used to watch a lot of the guys I used to train with. That do work for the UFC now, but I don't watch it anymore. I've been kind of interested in the boxing a lot more, the bare knuckle, which is cool.
Joseph Parker with a big win in December, right?
That was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Jeez, he's like a beast.
He's
I
incredible.
always knew he had that skill a little bit, man. He just churned up. He had the technique. Now he just turned more of the animal in them, which was what he needed. So, which is good. It's good to see that him making waves. And Deontay Wilder's no slouch.
What do you think of what?
Where does he get all that power from? I mean, where does he get all that power from?
It's unbelievable. What do you think about what Francis has done?
That's amazing too. Like I said, I mean, I think if it wasn't for the antitrust lawsuit, he wouldn't be able to do a lot of those things. So I think it's awesome to see Francis do what he's doing, backing himself and go get paid properly. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, that in the end, that's what fighting is about. To be honest, is about making money and being able to make the right opportunities. You know, not. So yeah, he's done really well.
How closely do you monitor the progress of the antitrust lawsuit?
Well, just hi to Rob Macy and to Alessandro. I mean, I don't know why Alessandro, bro. I don't know why you're still angry at me. I told you to let it go, but anyway, we talk. I like I said, I've always been on the right side of trying to do the right things for fighters, always, and not just being part of with them, also with myself. So they're doing great. I think they're doing great, and I think they're doing well. A lot of work for the fighters to make them an even playing field and then get better pay. Because if there's one thing that you shouldn't have is as a world champion, asking for money or saying, "Can I have more money?" Yeah, that's why I said that the bout that you have should represent freedom or anything like that. It's going to represent me asking you for more money. Because who the fuck are you? You ain't the person that fucking dropping blood in there. I mean, shucks, at the end of the day, I mean, we all, anyway.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. It's wild to see some of these emails come out. One of them was actually pertaining to you. Did you see this?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that just changed with the policies. Like I said, I'm not surprised, to be honest. Like I said, I've been in a battle, with billionaire companies, and I don't have their money, but I just don't. Like I said, I've always been one that's saying if things aren't right, they aren't right. I was offered $3 or $4 million to take a dive in a fight here in Australia, and I said, are you serious? I said no, because that's just not me. That's just the way. Although I could have done with the money, I was kind of going through some hard times with the separation and shit, but I could have done with $3 or $4 million, but that's just not my character. It's not me. I'd rather just go out my shield and lose or die on it. That's not what I'm about.
Wow, so, someone flat out asked you to take a dive for that much money, for $3-4 million.
Yeah, of course. Why? What am I sitting here shitting in your pants and lying?
No. That's just crazy to me that someone would have the audacity to do that.
I've always been real about shit.
Yeah.
To be honest,
is that the first time someone asked you to do that?
It is. It is actually. It blew my fucking mind.
Yeah.
It blew my fucking head right off my fucking shoulders, and I'm like, holy shit! How does it work?
Yeah.
But anyway. I just left that in the past. It's kind of negative shit, but it's real. I didn't come upon that until then. So yeah.
Okay. Have you talked to Dave Feldman and the guys over at Bare Knuckle? Have you specifically spoke to them?
I have. I've actually talked to Mick, the champion. He's keen to throw hands, dude. I love to throw hands. I mean, sucks. You're a big solid unit over there in England. He's ringing me. Can I just hang that up? Shit. Let me just decline that. Someone's fucking ringing me.
No problem.
Anyway, so I was speaking with someone at Bare Knuckle Management a while ago, like maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and then just recently about a match. And I've spoken at length about fighting with them, and I'm interested in Keenan. And every time, I don't know who it was, and every time I said, okay, send me the contract, I got ghosted.
Wow.
It was kind of funny. It made me laugh. It was the same thing like speaking with Chatri at the one championship about a fight, and then, speaking in length with them, and the next minute they ghost me. I'm thinking, okay, well then why talk to me if you don't want me to rumble, bro?
When was that?
But Dave has actually messaged me about we've been speaking about our fights. Like I said, hopefully June we can sort something out. I'll be ready to throw hands, and hopefully, I thought, I'd take that title in 3 fights. I'll take it in 1. Take it in 1.
There's also bare knuckle MMA. Jorge Masvidal has an organization.
Well, I try to reach out to them also about an MMA fight, but I guess they just didn't get back. So who knows?
We need to fix this. I mean, you're Mark Hunt.
It's all about financials and trying to get paid. It shouldn't have to be the case these days, but we all make mistakes, and we have make issues. I mean, no one in this world is perfect. I mean, only after Jesus, but.
When you say,
I'm excited for the challenge. To be honest, though, Errol, excited for the challenge about doing this. I mean, seeing if I can do it at 50. I feel in my heart I can, clean up the. This kind of looks pretty weak to me. These fighters.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Can I ask you, Mark, when you say we all make mistakes, what are you referring to?
Well, I mean everything. Life, people make mistakes in life with everything.
But do you feel like you've made mistakes that you're paying the price for now?
I've made shitloads. Not about some things, but I've made shitloads of mistakes. I mean, shits. I mean, I'm not the one to sit up here and judge someone else, but like anything. I mean, my level of happiness is how I feel happy about doing something. Not about watching other people's socials and saying, okay, my life is shit because his life is so good. No. With the mistakes thing, everyone makes mistakes. That's just life, right?
I'm wondering if you feel like you are paying...
You're looking at me like I'm this fucking guy, all right? Is he?
No. I'm just trying to digest everything that you're saying. Do you feel like by being so outspoken about the UFC, in other words, that kind of like blackballed you from the MMA world, that other promoters didn't want to do business with you because they viewed you as a problem or a malcontent or anything? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I don't know, man. Look, to be honest, what I do know is that I'm right about it. What I do know is that I ain't scared like everyone else. I'm not a person that has any fear of anything, apart from God. I mean, these people, and I said I wouldn't get into this, but and I won't. I'm just saying that my choices and what I did was right.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always said that about standing up for what's right. And all I asked for was an even playing field.
Yep.
And like I said, the monster's looking at it that way. Get your asses that way. Otherwise, bro, you're going to have some serious issues.
Have you...
And those that are watching this, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, fair enough. So in a perfect world for you, it sounds like bare knuckle is what's really getting you excited right now. Like this would be the perfect route. Is that fair to say?
I mean, June, 3 fights, 4 fights, Yeah, why not? I like I said, the laundry, I went to take my laundry and this lady found 3 mouth guards. And I said, oh, shit, I'll be looking for those. And, those 3 mouth guards represent 3 more fights. Who knows?
Is that true?
Why not? Can make it true.
Yeah, no.
But like I said, I've been speaking to David Feldman. And, who knows? We could be throwing hands in England with, or wherever with...
the big dog.
With Big Mick.
Hey, Rothwell, Mark Hunt, too. How about that?
Well, that's another fight that I was talking about with Rothwell. We locked horns in Denver, Colorado. I remember. Me and Ben Rothwell. But damn, that was a hard fight because if you don't get acclimatized to that air, bro, he's struggling like I was. Man, damn, that was a hard match. Not because of the fight, but because of the altitude.
Yeah. I would like to see that again in bare knuckle. He's had success. Todd Duffy has been in bare knuckle. You remember him? So
yeah, man. So there's the few more.
Junior Dos Santos. I'm talking about the heavyweights.
Junior, yeah. Ooh, that's another match. Hey,
yeah.
Why not? Hey.
I remember that. Alan Belcher has gone all the way up to heavyweight.
Damn, really?
They just announced last night.
Like I said, how long have they?
Did you hear this? They announced. Actually, I reported last night. Junior Dos Santos versus Alan Belcher for the first ever game-bred bare knuckle MMA heavyweight title. March the 2nd in Orlando. Why don't we get you on that card?
That's great.
What do you think as a top contender?
Well, I've been talking with Dave Feldman. The thing is, look.
Oh, okay.
At the end of the day, as long as they put in the contract, the clause in the contract saying that if you get caught using steroids, you don't get any funds. And that's all I'm keen about, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay, all right. You want that in there. A lot of these guys, they've got great physique. I don't know what's going on, but
They're drinking too much Coca-Cola now.
Can I ask? You said something interesting. Here's let me tell you why I'm asking you this question now, because I understand where you're coming from. You don't want to like talk about the negativity and being the gutter and all that stuff. But it makes me sad that Mark Hunt can't watch MMA or be supportive of MMA and enjoy MMA because of what you did in the sport. And so I want to know if at some point, if you want to have feelings towards MMA that are positive and not take you back to this ugly, nasty place that you were in over the last few years, like, could you sit down and watch your former training partners and people who represent Australia and New Zealand so well and take enjoyment in MMA, or do you think that you'll never be able to have that relationship with MMA?
To be honest, the truth is, like, it's sad for me to sit here and look at the like I've spoken about it before, about what's going on. Like the title, a world title represents freedom, represents a lot of things. And one thing it represents, it should be, like I said, freedom. But what it doesn't, those titles that you talk about don't represent that at all.
Okay.
You know, at all. You know that. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, it shouldn't be something to be proud of. Because if you're sitting there saying, oh, wow, I mean, like the narrative years ago about when I was in there 8-9 years ago about being a UFC fighter was huge. I mean, everyone wanted to do it, but the narrative now is different because the truth people know. People know the truth now. And that shouldn't be like that. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be like that. When you reach the pinnacle of any mountain, especially if it's a fighting mountain, it should be, you should get all the accolades or the money or the right. You shouldn't have to sit there and say, oh, like Ngannou did and said, oh, can I have a dollar, brother?
Mm.
Yeah. Give me $1, brother. No, fuck that. That's my dollar, motherfucker, you know?
Right. Do you think Ngannou's success will change things?
Well, it's along the right path to make it happen. I mean, like, I think every other budding fighter, woman or man, can see, what the future holds. And, it doesn't matter whether they say, if I go this route, I can change things. No, like every other person's forefathers, they come along to try and make things better.
Mm-hmm.
The pioneer goes on to make things to cover the holes that you don't have to fall in. So, but, his success should help with the rest of every other fighter. You see the right direction they want to go. So, yeah.
By the way, how do you feel about USADA being out of the UFC game?
Well, look, man, you know how I feel about it. I did speak with the boss of USADA. But they've got their own issues, and I don't want to talk about, like I said, the monster's looking that way.
Okay, fair enough.
All
right. Can I ask? Your kids are older now. Any of your boys, do they fight?
Damn, my son's like bigger and taller than me now.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Who, Noah?
Like, right, he's taller than me. And my daughter's like 12 and she's like up here. I'm like, damn, I'm getting old, getting gray hair, getting fatter, getting harder. Things have changed, right? It is what it is. It is. Oh, hey, bro, how are you?
Any of them fight?
No, they just hang out with their mates. Hey, man, how are you? Cheer, brother. Happy New Year, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
They
same old, man.
None of them feel they've shown no desire to follow in your footsteps.
Well, dude, like I said, I don't love fighting. I love what fighting provides for me. And like I said, only God. As I grew up, I didn't know what I wanted to be in life. All I was doing criminal shit. And God is what said, Mark, you're going to be a fighter. You're going to change people's lives. You're going to help people with their lives, and you're going to leave a legacy behind. And that's what I've been trying to do. So at the end of the day, my kids are enjoying their childhood, and that's all that matters to me. I don't give a shit what they do. Just that they stay out of trouble. I'm cool with that.
So, we get reflective when we reach milestones in our life, and 50 is obviously a big milestone. Do you look back?
Yeah, I mean, shucks, I'm actually surprised I even got here.
Yeah. You got many more to go. But I'm just wondering, do you look back with pride? Are you happy with what you've accomplished in the first 50 years of your life?
Well, I'm proud that I survived, and I've got some great kids, and I've done some of the things I've done. And I'm still at battle, I'm still in the zone, getting my hands down. I'm still in the battle here, which for me is amazing. I love it, and I love trying to make change with different things. Being a pioneer is my duty as a pioneer to try and do things like this, regardless the outcome. Like I said, yeah.
I remember 2010 in Indianapolis when it was supposed to be one fight against Sean McCorkle, and then you would go on your merry way. And now here you are all these years later, still kicking it.
Well, even that is like I said, is a story behind that too. But it's been over 3 decades for me, and like I said, I'm back on the horse. Financially, it's good. It's good to make ends meet. There's been a big battle going on, and and here we are now. So which is it's great. So
which battle are you talking about?
Every battle, every damn battle. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh. Well, we need to see you in bare knuckle this year. We need to make it happen.
Yeah, let's make it happen. I'm talking with David. We'll see where it goes from there. Hopefully, I can.
Do you need me to give David a call? Do you need me to put some pressure on him? What do you need me to do? How can I help?
You're doing exactly what needs to happen right here. So,
all right.
Me coming in your show, opens my voice a bit louder to everyone else, which is cool. So,
of course,
yeah. So, thank you. I appreciate for having me on your show here.
We've
or
come.
Should I say,
Mermaid? That's right. We've come a long way, Mark, and you're always welcome on this show. You're always welcome here.
Thank you, brother.
And I wish you nothing but the best. Happy birthday early. I know it's in a couple of months, but it's fun to reach a milestone like that and keep us posted. I want to see you compete this year, and I hope that you're able to do so in a healthy way and in a smart way and in the best way for you and your family.
Okay, brother. Thanks so much.
All right. There he
Appreciate
is.
the time, and see you later, guys.
Peace out. There he is, Mark Hunt, the KFC King. What a legend. Nice to see him back. And yes, approaching 50 is Mark Hunt. What a run that was. 1974 he was born. March 23rd to be exact. He had quite the run. His last UFC fight was back in December of 2018. Obviously had the kickboxing run as well. A little pro boxing here and there. Last time we saw him compete was November of 2022. So a little over a year ago. Let's try to see if we can make it happen with the good folks over at Bare Knuckle. And I feel like Masvidal would love to have him in the mix as well, just because of his affinity for the OGs of the game. So let's see. All right, that's Mark Hunt's story. Now let's go back to Quebec. This time, not Quebec City, Montreal, my hometown, where our next guest is currently residing, getting ready for his big return fight next weekend, January 20th in Toronto at the Scotiabank Center, UFC 297. Huge fight for him against Movsar Evloev. He's our old friend, AAA, Arnold Allen, the almighty one. Hello, Arnold.
Yeah, what's doing?
Comment ça va?
Wait. Good, you?
I'm doing well. How's the French, by the way? Are you learning French? Are you taking lessons? Anything like that?
Oh, I did a little bit, but not for a long time. I gave up.
Okay. How's the winter treating you over there in Montreal?
Yeah, it's been pretty mild, actually. There was a bit of a snowstorm yesterday, but I haven't been here for a couple of years for the winters, but from what I remember, it's not too bad.
Oh, gosh. I think it's horrendous, if I'm being honest. Growing up there, I hated it. Oh, I thought it was inhumane.
Yeah. No, but the first time I came here, it was like minus 40, and it hasn't seen anywhere near that yet. So I think like minus 10 was the worst. So I'm enjoying that.
And so are you there full time now, or is it just because this fight is in Toronto and it's a little bit closer?
Yeah, no, it just made sense for this camp with the teammates and obviously it being closer, being out here. Yeah, it just made sense to be here for this one.
Okay. And by the way, are we buzzing about Ipswich Town? I mean, this is an unbelievable. I remember you telling me about them. I feel like they were in League One or something, and now you guys are knocking on the Premier League door.
Yeah, I know. The gap's closing to third place, but they had a little rough patch over the holiday seasons where we lost the game and a couple of draws. Yeah, but still they're playing great, and after getting promoted, but no one does that. They get promoted and they're now knocking at the door to get promoted again if they can keep it up for the rest of the season. They're killing it.
They just had a nice showing in the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Look at me. I'm like a football expert at this point. I don't know if you know this about me, but we're fully in. In your lifetime, have they been in the Premier League?
I haven't been to see them in the Premier League. Maybe when I was little. I can't remember when the last time I think when I was a kid, I'm gonna feel like a real idiot now because I don't remember when they
Wow,
last were
some
in the
fan
Premier
you are, Arnold. I mean, really.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
nothing that you remember.
No, definitely not. I remember most of the time when I was going to watch, it was always championship. They were like mid-tier championship for forever.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully it happens for you guys. By the way, the merch is fantastic. I've seen it all over.
Thank you.
I saw the store. This is one of
Yeah.
the. We're going to show. We have some pictures of some of your new stuff. The stuff is great, and of course, Pacers Gym. That shirt,
Yes.
which you were kind enough to send me. That's an incredible design there. Who came up with that design?
Yeah.
Did you draw that yourself? We're showing Big
No,
Pace right now.
I definitely did draw it. Average Joe Art, he killed it, man. He reached out to me after one of a podcast I did, and he offered to do some artwork. And you get people offer things all the time, and I was a little bit skeptical. And he said, "No, I have this amazing idea. You're gonna love it." I was like, okay. And he did it. It's awesome. He did this one too. So
Oh, it's great. And
yeah,
we're also seeing the other one that he did. Almighty's Cooking Blighty or something like that, right? This logo here of your cooking show is fantastic.
Yeah, but he did that too. That's my. I'm trying to get a side thing going where I'm like just cooking, and it's funny because I can't really cook very well. So yeah.
What is your specialty?
Cheese on toast.
Cheese on toast. Okay. Is that melted or is it just straight like a piece of cheese on toast?
Yeah, melted. Yeah, melted.
Okay.
Nice toast. Grate some cheese, melt it, and then if you're being real fancy, a bit of Worcestershire sauce.
Wow, it's a tough word to say. Worcestershire. Say it again. Say it again.
Worcestershire.
Yeah. What is that? Is that like a steak sauce? What is that?
I don't know. It's just I don't even know. It's just it goes on cheese on toast.
Does it? Okay. And what kind of cheese?
Yeah.
Because you said grated cheese.
Just some crappy cheddar cheese.
Okay.
Nothing fancy.
Not like mozzarella or Gouda or nothing.
And if you want to get real busy with it, put some baked beans on top of it. Then you got beans on cheese on toast.
Wow.
It's a real meal.
That's very English breakfast of you with the baked beans.
It's amazing. I can't wait. I can't wait to get home and make some.
Is there any good English breakfast spots in Montreal?
No.
No. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not that I know of anyway, but yeah.
All right, so you're doing all these things. So I feel like business is booming for Almighty.
Yeah, I haven't mastered the YouTube. I need to. Well, I feel like I'm plugging now, but I need to get some sponsors. I need to get some sponsors. I'm giving out this good content for nothing, so I want to do one of those VPN Express things or something.
Manscaped, ExpressVPN, NordVPN. Yeah.
Give me some sponsorship.
Okay. Is there anyone out there like seeking these people, or are you just waiting for them to reach out to you?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Just playing the long game.
Speaking of which, we have not seen you since April. Any particular reason why so long, or was that your choice?
I had some injury issues. Had to go back to the drawing board and fix some problems. And then it was what was offered. I was hoping to fight twice in that year, and there was 2 offers of a short notice thing and then a really long notice thing. So I was like, right, well, next year sounds better than 2 weeks. So
was it 2 weeks?
Something like that, yeah. I was just like, no, I'm not ready to go. Yeah.
That would have been smart. Who was that against? Do you mind me asking?
Same opponent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was just like, oh, but come on. What we doing here? Yeah.
So it's Movsar Evloev that you're coming back against. A very tough out. Are you cool with this?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I'd be hiding in the hole if I wasn't cool with it. And no, man, I just thought Max Holloway, he's a scary dude. Some of the shit he's done some of the things he's done to other opponents, when you watch his highlights, and yeah, you don't want to be that guy when he's screaming in your face saying I'm the best boxer and slipping your punches. That's scary. So I'm down to fight anyone. I believe in my skills, my tools, and not in a way for a paycheck. I believe I can beat anyone, so I believe in myself.
Do you have any regrets about the Max fight? About just, how it went down, your performance, like things, like, is this a fight that took a while? I remember you in our studio just a couple of weeks later. It was very fresh. Things that you thought about over time that you wish you could do over?
No, not necessarily. I think the preparation went as well as it could have. The regrets are things are out of my control, you know. All the things, the tangibles, all the things that I could do, I did as best I can. My teammates, we were great. The camp was fantastic. And, well, that wasn't bad. Yeah. All the things I could control, I gave 100%. I didn't let myself down in that way. My team were great. It's, you know, it just is what it is. Certain things played out the way they played out. It is what it is.
Not to be annoying, but like, is there any part of you that looks like the path that Ilya Taporia got to the belt or Sean O'Malley gets to the belt, and you had to go through so many guys just to get to Max Holloway, not even get the title shot? Do you have any, sour feelings about that?
No, not really, because I'm a firm believer if you want to be the best in the world, you have to beat the best in the world, right? And obviously the best is best. Yeah, Max is the number 2 guy. Like however you look at rankings or whatever, he is. If you can't be Max, you can't be champion in my mind. So yeah. So that's the litmus test. And for me, obviously, I failed the test and get a chance to go again and try and rebuild and get back there.
I feel like you win this fight, like you're right back in the mix. Do you feel the same, or do you feel like it's going to take a long road back?
No, that's exactly why I was more than happy for this fight. He's an undefeated guy, a lot of noise around him, people hyping him up. So, go and take that undefeated record and put myself right back in there.
Does he impress you?
Yeah, he's very good athlete, very good fighter. He improves every matchup, gets better every time he's out. So I'm sure he's going to get even better from his last to this one. So definitely impressed me.
Are you at TriStar?
Yeah, for this camp, yeah.
Any signs of the big man, George?
No. He had he was going to come in to help, but he I believe he got an injury or something because he was going to do a grappling thing, the UFC Fight
right.
Pass.
Yeah.
He did a shoulder injury or something, I believe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm or what, but
no. That was public. Yeah, I mean, I see him going into ice baths every morning and things like that. He looks to be in tremendous shape. He's a bit of a lunatic with these. I mean, it's freezing out there, and he's going in an ice bath in the freezing cold. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, George is a huge inspiration. I think he's a crazy guy, but the shape he keeps himself in, how disciplined he still is, long into retirement. He's a real martial artist. He's still trying to learn, take care of his body, and it's good to see.
And speaking of which, MMA is a crazy sport with a lot of crazy characters, excuse me. But right now, we have representing the UK and representing the sport, Leon Edwards and Tom Aspinall as champions.
Yeah.
And I feel like, they're two of the best that the sport has to offer. And as far as characters are concerned, I would put you in the same category as them. Role models, people that you want younger people to look up to and whatnot. When you see those guys have the success that they're having, does that feel like an inspiration to you too?
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's something similar with those guys. It's just like there's no BS with them. They are who they are. They go out and perform, and there's not a gimmick. There's not a they're not trying to sell something and be something they're not. They're just themselves, and which is good people, good role models. And Leon, when I first went to Renegade to train, he was helping me out huge, and he won the title, and he came back and he was teaching the class, the same guy. He didn't change at all. Same as George. People say George is one of the best ever. He's my GOAT. But I came here and he was doing rounds with me, helping me for fights, giving me tips, and teaching Monday classes. And he's the kind of guy who show up and like he didn't have a training partner. He'd ask to go with like a random guy that was doing a random session.
Wow.
Oh, you want a partner? And they'd be like, it's nice to be surrounded by those like humble characters and respectful martial artists rather than the opposite.
Sure. Are you still affiliated with Renegade?
Yeah, absolutely. Like when I'm back in England, I'm going to be training with the boys there. It's a great team, great setup.
Can I ask your opinion on this whole Ian Gary Renegade situation?
My understanding looking into it, just wasn't a good fit for the team and a bit weird. I only saw him there one time, so I didn't really get a feel for what was going on. So,
Did you get the sense that he was a bad fit based on the things that they were saying with the cameras and all that stuff? Like, did you feel like it was not quite gelling?
Yeah, like when I was there, it was the UFC were there filming anyway, so it was like you didn't really notice what was going on. But I don't know, it's what it is, isn't it? If they're all grown men, they made the decisions. Like he wasn't fitting. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, I understand. And so when you're fighting on January 20th in Toronto, is your father going to be there? Is the big dog going to be there in your corner?
Yeah. He's I was just speaking to him a minute ago. He called me. He says he's not coming because the doors keep coming off the plane. He said, "Oh, actually, don't worry." What did he say? He said, "Don't worry. I just took my bedroom door off. If anything happens, I'll fill it in." I was like, "Okay, then." Okay. Yeah.
When does he arrive?
Tuesday, the same day. So he lands when I land.
Okay, and he'll be in your corner.
Yeah, absolutely. He has a great wrestling pedigree. Yeah.
But he helps lighten the mood a little bit.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. It's I have my corner and there's two big guys and Faraz and Faraz is amazing. We're about the same size, so we work together. But everyone plays their role, My dad just not technical advice or anything, but he just having him there, just having a dad sort of watch you compete and watch your corner, watch you from the corner. He doesn't have to say anything. Just knowing he's there watching it's all the motivation I need.
When you saw Tom give the belt to his father, was there any part of you, dreaming of a scenario like that for you and your father?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want. I've always visualized that, and yeah, so he's really happy for him to see it. But that's exactly what I want.
Yeah. That would be incredible. By the way, the following month is the 145-pound title fight, Alex versus Ilya. Do you have a pick in that fight?
I haven't set a pick, but I don't like how soon Volk's coming back after that fight. It was a few months ago now, but still, then you should have probably took a long time out of the gym. Well, definitely not sparring, at least a month or something, and then to go straight back. But he's probably the kind of guy who went full bore straight into it. Hopefully he's in tip top shape. And Ilya's good, man. He's a good boxer, good wrestler, good jiu-jitsu, solid black belt. It poses some good problems, so it's going to be an interesting fight. I just hope Volk turns up tip top and you get the best version of him, and it's not like I hate to see his legacy fall apart because of a silly decision.
Do you think in retrospect he shouldn't have taken that fight? I mean, obviously we know how it turned out, but like when he took it, did you think, the juice isn't worth the squeeze here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much money he made. I'm sure it's a down more than I make. But I mean, if you put me in the same situation, I'm going to take however, if it's 10 million, I could do with 10 million right now. That'd be nice. But, he is the champion, the pound for pound king. So I'm sure those paydays are going to come again and again. So I don't know. But when I saw it, because he posted something, he had stitches in his arm and he was like not training really. I was like, he's injured. And then he took the fight. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Keep swearing, sorry.
No, it's okay. We could do whatever we want here. It's a crazy thing though, right? Because like Terrence Crawford in boxing would never take a fight on 2 weeks' notice. It's just not.
I wouldn't.
Right.
Wouldn't be considered.
Right.
Yeah. Also, there's no. You don't see too many top boxers with YouTube channels, but yeah.
That's true. It is a different world. What about Big Francis going up against AJ? You think he has a chance?
You know what? I think he has less of a chance against AJ than he did against Tyson.
Wow.
I think Tyson's a better boxer than AJ. Styles do make fights. But I think Tyson, and just knowing like some of the people he's around, the team, those guys, I know 100% they were looking at that fight and being like, you're going to kill him. Don't worry about it.
Right.
It's going to be a joke, and I feel that had to be the mentality. You could see the look on his face when he came back to the corner and he was just like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Why is he not knocked out yet? So yeah, it was But yeah, I think AJ would do a lot better, and I think AJ wins, to be honest. But what a story for Francis! What a story!
It's unbelievable, and also probably AJ, after what he just saw, is not going to take him lightly, and probably it's a feather in AJ's cap if he can knock him out, stop him, and say, I did what Tyson couldn't do, right? I feel like AJ's going to be super motivated.
Yeah, and for me, I don't know if he's got the same mentality, but like, there's nothing scarier than fighting a guy. Everyone is saying you're going to kill this guy. This guy's crap. Like, you're going to smash this guy. You can't box. You can't do this. There's nothing scarier than that, because it's like, now anything less than going out and schooling this guy is a letdown. So yeah, I'd rather fight the best guys in the world, and it'd be a bit like, that's not so scary. That's what I want.
It's a wild time in boxing. I see you tweeting about it from time to like all these cards being put together and the promoters working together and all that.
Yeah,
it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, man, it's really cool. And I've got a homegrown guy, actually, Fabio Wardley, heavyweight champ. I don't know if you saw him on the last time, but
I did, yeah.
A lot of talks. They keep talking about Portman Road, so he could. I'm sure eventually he's going to end up boxing at Portman Road. It's going to be pretty cool. That's Ipswich Town Stadium.
Yes, and has there ever been a boxing event there?
I don't think so. I think Ed Sheeran performed there once.
That is sick.
But yeah, that'd be awesome. It'd be really, really cool.
Is that the same venue where My Chemical Romance played?
No, that was MK Dons Stadium.
Oh, where's that?
Milton Keynes.
I don't even know where that is either.
Big football fan, huh?
Oh, which club? Which club?
MK Dons.
Yeah, sure. Oh, of course, MK Dons. Yes. What are they?
Yeah.
What are they? National League?
Yeah.
Okay.
Juniors.
Okay, fine, fair enough. By the way, I had to ask you about something you tweeted about recently. Someone wrote thoughts on the Tesco's most popular meal deal at the moment, and it was. This is it. We have it up on the screen here. The nation's go-to combo is a Tesco sausage, bacon, and egg triple, McCoy's flame grilled steak grab bag, and a Coca-Cola original taste. And your response was, just doesn't make sense. So what's the problem?
Terrible. It's terrible. Well, the crisps or chips, they're good, but the rest is like, what the? I don't know, man. But I've stopped eating pork for a couple of years now.
Oh.
So people get really upset when I say that for some reason.
No, I love
it. Especially in England. Because it's like, England, all our dishes, it's all pork. Everything's pork. Like, all the main things, pork pies, it's like bacon sandwiches. And I just kind of like fancied stop eating pork. I was like, I don't want to eat pork anymore. And I found a piglet. I think I told you. I had a little piglet in the road, and I was just like, you know what, I can't eat that. I don't want to eat that. And everyone seems to get a little bit upset when I say I don't want to eat pork. So I don't know.
I've never had pork. Would you believe it?
Yeah, I would believe
it. We don't, my people, we don't love the pork. So what is your go-to?
You know what? I've been on the turkey bacon now.
Okay.
Turkey bacon. See, the turkeys can get it. I'll eat turkey all day. But turkey sandwich, chicken stays. I eat everything else, just not pork.
Okay, but like if I was going, because we just went to Tesco. We were there. We went to Manchester for the KSI fight against Tommy Fury and Logan Paul, Dylan Dennis, and our producer here, Connor. His first time in England. And because of you, because you made it so famous, he was so excited to go to Tesco. He was walking up and down the aisles, just like taking it all in. And so I was just wondering, the next time we go, what should be the go-to that we go? Like what's the combo that we should go with? Yeah,
you need high value. So sometimes you get the triple sandwiches. You get 3 sandwiches. So somewhere out there's a missing sandwich, or they've probably put it in another triple box.
Right.
Chicken triple is the best, but obviously trying to avoid any pork combinations.
Sure.
Chicken triple, 3 different chicken types.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And is it a boost bar duo? So then you get 2 boost bars in one.
Okay.
And one of the naked smoothies. I like the blue one because they're like, and it's the highest value, I think. But a lot of Tesco's have a Costa attached to it, a Costa coffee. I don't know if you've ever
Oh,
had
of
one of
course.
those.
Yeah.
And you can get a hot drink sometimes in your meal deal. So, yeah.
Okay, and what's the
That would be
boost? What's the boost bar? Is it like a protein bar?
I don't know. It's just a chocolate bar that tastes really good with caramel in it.
Oh, nice.
It's definitely not a protein bar. They used to market it like a sports fit. No, there's no. It's a chocolate bar.
Okay, fair enough. So that's the go-to. And when's the last time you've had this?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while, like a long time. Too long.
Okay. Perhaps that's the victory meal.
Yeah.
It would be.
I'm flying straight home to. Actually, no, I'm flying to Amsterdam after the fight. Yeah.
Why Amsterdam? Vacation?
Well, will be, but no. So I'm going back to England for a while after, and the UK is one of the places you can't fly direct with pets in cabin, and I refuse to put like my pet under the plane. So I'm like, all right, okay, we have to go somewhere. You can. There's loopholes. You can fly to like Paris. You can fly to Belgium. You can fly to Amsterdam, and then take a train in to the UK without quarantining your dog or cat or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like that's what we're doing, and it's also my birthday when I land there. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, did you get a new pet?
No, we have the cat.
Okay, that's right. Oh, we know about the cat. The cat is infamous. Yeah. Okay, I thought maybe there was a new dog. Will you get a new dog?
No. It's hard with traveling. It's easy to travel with a cat, but yeah, maybe when I'm settled down.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, you're back. I think this is very exciting. You're looking for a big year. In fact, I did another show where my colleague predicted that you would be the comeback fighter of the year. You would have a huge year, undefeated, get back into that title picture, perhaps even grab that belt by the end of the year. What do you say?
I'll take that. Sounds good to me.
Yes. And then we'll get some sponsors on the YouTube channel. We'll get some more merch out there. It's all going to come up for you.
Yeah, just picture it. Guys, this video is brought to you by some VPN thing.
It's got to happen.
Secure your web browser.
I love it, Arnold. Well, and by the way, a little cheeky orange julep, perhaps, before going back home, or no? Nothing?
Time for that. But I've got some friends out in Toronto who are going to... are you going to be out in Toronto?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I got some friends out there they've promised me some good food after, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Have you ever been to Toronto?
Yeah, a few times.
Okay.
Actually, last time I was there, I was with the late Elias. He was hosting McGregor Mayweather. Can't remember where it was. He hosted it. It was like his night, like a Q&A with Elias, and he invited me down there. That was the last time I was there, actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to you coming back. You are an adopted son of Canada, so hopefully they treat you as one of our own. I'm gonna let the word out there, that they should pop hard for you over there, and I look forward to a big year from you. Thank you as always for coming on, Arnold. Good luck to you in the last few days of training, and good luck on the 20th of January.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
All right, there he is, Arnold Allen, the almighty one. Great to have him back. Frank, you were whispering something in my ear, but I couldn't hear you.
Oh, man, I was trying to be sly.
What'd you say?
At a pizza place in Toronto that you know somebody who runs.
Oh, yeah, but you said it like...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, saw you shake your head.
Oh, I should have told him to go to the pizza spot.
That's what I was trying to say,
Yeah.
Next time. Just text him.
Yeah, no, I could easily text him. Honestly, it's Danny's Pizza. Was it?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? I forgot the name.
I was looking it up too.
Yeah, I think it's
got
Danny's.
the little whale logo on there. It's a cool place.
It was a great pie. My good friend Mark Cupford and the Barnas have that spot in Toronto. I enjoy. Well, I've been there once, and you went there too. And didn't they? Isn't it true that they rolled out the red carpet for you? Like
they did. They were like
free meal, free everything, bottomless pit.
They did the Salt Bay thing on top of the pizza. And
oh my God, you know yourself. All right, great stuff there from Arnold. We'll answer a few more questions here, okay? And then we'll get to the bets. We'll go back to the questions. This is from Joe. Hi, Ariel. Been a longtime fan. Been watching the UFC since they came to Newcastle for UFC 80. What was the main event? Top of your head, Rick. Main event, UFC 80.
Yeah, right. Come on.
BJ Penn?
No chance.
BJ Penn?
Oh, okay. So what would that be?
BJ
That would
Penn.
Be...
It's in It was in January, if my memory serves me correct, but I know.
What was Shirk, like 80 something
84, 84?
Yeah, so the one before that. Oh man, it's slipping my mind.
Lick the gloves. Lick the gloves.
No, because
say it.
I don't know it.
Big Daddy.
It's the Stevenson one? That was in Newcastle?
Yeah.
Why did I think that was stateside? Man, I'm getting freaking
Spike
old,
TV.
huh?
Spike TV.
The name of that one, do you know?
The names are tough. First of all, am I right that it was January? It was mid-January?
Correct. January 19th, 2008. In Newcastle, BJ Penn, Joe Stevenson.
Yeah. Spike TV afternoon card.
Wow, sign me up for that.
Non-pay-per-view. Numbered.
Sign me up.
It's like on the tip of my tongue. Is it possible resurrection?
Starts with an R.
Okay, so I see the R. Revolution?
Rapid Fire.
Yeah, Rapid Fire's tough. Yeah.
I would have been incredibly impressed if you remembered the name of it.
There's some that I remember. But yeah, those are hard to remember. Okay, 2 questions. Who's the greatest Hawaiian of all time? Has Max now surpassed BJ? Wow, I feel like this is a question right up EJ's alley.
Yes.
Max has surpassed him.
He has, yeah.
Wow.
I don't think he's reached like the highest highs that BJ reached in terms of like the legacy. Like I think BJ's one of these guys that still kind of comes up in the greatest lightweight of all time conversation, just because he was so great at his peak. But man, the body of work is hard to argue against for Max. I'd have to give it to Max at this point.
Question 2.
The longevity just seals it for me, for Max.
So this gentleman, Joe, says we saw motivated BJ that night. Question 2, who's the best mythical fighter in MMA? Is it TRT, Vitor, C-Level, Kane? Apologies for the hyperbole, but it's what we do in MMA, right? Maybe New York Rick can weigh in on this. As I recall, he shares a love for the prodigy.
Motivated BJ was a tough one.
TRT Vitor was like a freaking cartoon character.
I think it's maybe nose surgery Drickus, like able to breathe Drickus Duplessis. That one's pretty.
I'm going with
impressive.
TRT Vitor. There's C-Level Kane. There was another Blonde Brunson.
Yeah, what are some of the old Sherdog ones? Man, I can't remember anything. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
I don't remember any of this stuff.
Here's a question for GC from Andre. My question is for GC. You said that one of your favorite sports in the Olympics was handball. That made me curious. Since the European Championship is starting today, are you putting some bets down? Everybody thinks Denmark is going to win. Who is your dark horse? Go Iceland. P.S. It is going to be record-breaking attendance for a handball match during the Germany versus Switzerland game with 55,000 people. Kind regards, Andre.
I'm not going to lie. This is the best news I've received all week. So we're talking Euros for the handball?
No. Oh, yes. Euros. Yeah.
Euros handball? I mean, how can I, like, I'm sitting on a Denmark jersey behind me. I know this is this is football, this is soccer, but I mean, I have a special place in my heart looking exactly like Christian Eriksen. I'm actually trying to find odds right now. Maybe lay some cheddar down. I don't see any right now, but I'm going to keep searching. I think I can find some.
I do love when there's things like 55,000 people care about Germany versus Switzerland, and you will
You ever watched handball?
No, but like I love it that you won't, like it's so big there, and I find it fascinating that you won't hear a peep about it here. Yeah. How's that possible? How could something be so big, not that far away from us, still in the Western Hemisphere, but yet no one cares about it here? How's that possible?
The Euros start today.
Today. Well, it could have been yesterday because he wrote this yesterday.
Yeah, I'm trying to find odds. See if I can find something. I mean, how do we watch this? Is this like PFL Europe? We can't watch it?
Maybe DAZN? They seem to have an eclectic mix. All right, we'll get back to that. But are you interested in watching it?
Yeah. I mean, I love watching it. It's so fun. It's all action. Yeah, look at this. Slovenia, minus 550 against the Faroe Islands. I've located the odds.
Wow. Where is it?
Oh, yeah. Now we got the futures. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, Group D winner, Norway, minus 150. Denmark, minus 2,500 to win Group F.
Is this a legit site?
Yeah. I mean, I could play.
Is it DraftKings?
No.
Okay.
But DraftKings will probably have Olympic odds.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. Stay tuned for more. Speaking of which, salut Ariel and team from Ausch. Happy New Year. Can we get some of your thoughts on the darts final, Luke Humphreys' composure to win the cup, and Littler's run, and what it has done for the sport? I mean, it's unbelievable. Over 4 million. Littler's in the Premier League. Everyone's buzzing about it. The question is, can they sustain this over the year, or are they okay with the crescendo during the championship and then it just kind of settling in? Either way, monumental weekend and stretch for the sport. I love it. I started getting into the sport after you beat Michael Smith in the studio last year. If you'd close out this question with your best 180 impression of Russ Bray, that'd be great. I love when they say, the most impressive thing to me is how they do the math so quickly. You know what I mean? How do they do it so fast? The other most impressive thing to me is the director knowing exactly where they're going to go. You know, like they zoom in on the AAA teams. Like, how did you know that? How did you know he wasn't going to go somewhere else?
They're probably darts players.
It's just amazing to me. I love it. It's great to see. I genuinely enjoy it. I got my kids into it. I picked them up. I was like, he made it to the final. He lost the final. And they were into it too. And then I was asking their friends and they got embarrassed. I was like, did you guys see Luke Littler? And they're like, no one watches this other than you. I was like, you're missing out. That's what I've become. Oscar, howdy Ariel and crew. MJF was removed from the AEW roster after the new year. Many believe it's just part of a storyline and that MJF will return to AEW. What is your take on this, and where do you believe MJF can prosper more in WWE or as the perennial face and superstar for AEW? I mean, I think he's going to be treated as the top dog in AEW, but I think there's a bit of a Michael Chandler effect if he went to WWE, meaning bigger stage, bigger platform, bigger machine, he would level up. But for now, he's still so young. If he's happy and comfortable and content there, which I think he is, wouldn't be surprised if he sticks around. What a stretch for AEW and WWE. I get on Twitter last night and I see everyone like weighing in on this craziness with these tweets and Jinder Mahal and Tony Khan and Eric Bischoff and Dave Meltzer and it's a lot of drama. Golly. You guys see any of this? Did any of this cross your radar? Maybe Rick's radar? I doubt GC's. He didn't even know The Rock came back.
Not even one tweet.
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Didn't hit me.
Total, like, hysteria. Talking about the ratings and all this stuff.
Sounds like it.
I weighed in with just a cheeky little gif, which, most fans enjoy, but some said that I was just being a bootlicker, which is fine.
I think I might have seen the GIF.
I saw that, but I didn't understand what it was.
No.
Yeah, because Tony was ripping Jinder, and then he was going back and forth, and Jinder had a fire tweet, it was just it was madness.
Now I get it. Yeah.
One guy said that I am contributing to the tribalism in pro wrestling. That I am a big factor.
It's your fault.
It's me. The last pro wrestling event that I covered in person was in July. And I don't even know if I covered it. I was there doing interviews for BT. Haven't done anything since. Don't talk about it that much on the show, but it's my fault.
What we've learned today is you control everything. Earlier, somebody asked you about, you control the UFC via how this show is going on. Somebody implied that you control the sport because you don't highlight this person or do highlight this person. Now you're controlling wrestling. You have a lot of influence in this world, is what we've learned today.
I appreciate that. Thank you for saying this. Brantley,
I have to acknowledge it.
I appreciate that. Hi, Ariel. When you've got these rabbit in your hat fights, like about 300, do you ever tell New York Rick or GC off air? Are you ever dying to tell them what you know during the conversations on the show? I'd say they're pretty trustworthy with that kind of info. Do I tell you guys? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you say something and sometimes you don't. Most of the time, if it's, something we should know.
I feel like I told you a long time ago about Masvidal Diaz.
Yeah, we've known about that one for a minute.
Shalom, Ariel, GC, Rick. Rick, again, longtime listener, first-time questioner. With over a quarter of a season being played in the NBA, are we all happy with your teams and their trades? I'm a Suns fan since 08 and I had high hopes for this year. Not the greatest start. Thank you. Take care, fellas. I mean, how about them Knicks? How about them Knickerbockers, huh? OG? He's unbelievable.
Are we still shedding tears over?
I'm not shedding tears. I just,
over Quickly and RJ Bum, the freaking scrub.
There's still some separation anxiety, but he's been unbelievable. Did you see his post-game interview yesterday where he kept holding on to the microphone? There was something so endearing about it and his answers and his delivery. But most importantly, I think he's like a plus 130 since joining the team. They're 5-0. It's pretty remarkable. So yes,
I love what the Knicks have done. I'll say that. And to be honest, I wouldn't lose hope as a Suns fan either. I think the Suns are going to be there at the end.
I think they'll be okay.
It's rough sledding now, but how often has the full starting lineup that it's going to be actually played together? KD's having a hell of a season. I'm pretty confident the Suns will be there at the end. Shout out to Shaheen Al-Shadi. The Cavs, I mean, it's kind of somewhere in the middle. Like, I'm not thrilled. I love what they were able to do in the offseason. Max Strus is a beast. I love Max Strus. But, man, I just think it's time to trade Donovan Mitchell. Like, just get some young pieces in there and start building towards something, because it's just redundant with Garland. Mitchell's got value. There's teams that want him. Trade his ass, and let's start
the Knicks.
Sure, I think that's a horrible fit for the Knicks, but if the Knicks are willing to give up something good, I'll take it. Hell, give me OG. Trade OG to the Cavs and take Donovan Mitchell. I'll do it 1-for-1 swap right now.
Top of your head right now, GC, can you tell us where the Hawks sit in the Eastern Conference?
Number, I don't know, like 11th or 12th. Aren't they like 14-21?
Wow. Did you look that up?
No.
Are they going to trade DeJounte Murray?
I don't know.
He plays for the Spurs.
I mean, you
just
got
kidding.
Me there.
He plays for the Hawks.
You got me there.
He did play for the Spurs, though.
I did know that he played for the Spurs, yeah. Listen, when your team's not good, you don't need to pay attention.
That's true. I agree.
You know that.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
When they come back into the limelight, I'll start paying attention.
How about this one? We were talking about it off air at the beginning of the show.
What about Frank?
Oh, Frank. Well, who's Frank's team?
The Suns.
Frank's Sun fan?
Or is it the Rockets?
I thought more of a Rockets guy.
I thought you were a Nets guy.
Oh, Rockets are having a nice year.
They are having a nice year. Aren't you a Nets guy?
I don't think I could name one player
since
on the
Yao
Rockets.
Ming.
James Harden?
Yeah.
No. Oh boy.
Frank,
not for a few years.
You rep the Rockets?
Yep.
You in DC?
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I knew
no,
we had a
DC
long
doesn't
common.
rep the Rockets anymore.
That's his team.
Pelicans.
Doesn't he have some new team that's winning more basketball games? He's the worst
That's his
bandwagoner
gimmick.
in sports.
That's his gimmick. But
he doesn't rep the Pelicans? New Orleans?
No, because when he grew up, the Pelicans didn't exist.
Yeah, I figure your city gets a team, you kind of jump on board.
He's not a Wolves fan by this point.
He was gone.
Yeah, well, my guy Anthony Edwards.
He's great.
Repping the G, baby.
He's great. Samuel asks, why no love for Toronto? $2.99 is stacked. What went wrong? You were mentioning this at the top of the show or when we got in.
Toronto, main event's cool, but like
you feel like it's leaving a little bit to be desired. Strickland, Drew Plessis, Pennington,
great.
MBS,
title fight,
AAA, Movsar.
Love it. Can't wait for it.
It's such a tough fight. Who's the favorite in that fight?
Movsar, but not a huge favorite. Like -140.
Mike Malott against Neil Magny, and then there's a bit of a drop off. But like you can't say that this is worse than the Vancouver card. This is pretty in line with what the Canadian pay-per-views are. No,
I think people are just looking at 298 and 299 and 300 and being like,
299 is legit insane. I know, like,
I don't know why
people tweeted it yesterday and was just like, 299 is incredible. It really is incredible. It
is incredible.
Almost every fight is incredible.
Worth noting, they were supposed to get Jan Blachowicz, Alexander Rakic. Fortunately, that fell through. They were all supposed to get Dominic Reyes, Carlos Ulberg.
Yeah.
Solid fights that fell through that would have made the card a little bit better.
Brackettona. Double tough champ. Ultimate fighter.
Jasmine.
Oh, yeah.
Jazz Divizius.
Opening the card. Getting that Canadian crowd going. Plus, there's a chance we get the Canadian magic again.
What would that be? How many fights?
Oh, yeah, I think it's like 9 this time. What'd they do last time? Go 6-0?
Yeah. So let me see. Is there any Canada on Canada? So there's Jasmine 1, Charles Jourdain 2,
Jazz Divizius.
Yeah. Johan Lainez, 3. Malcolm Gordon, 4. Marc-Andre Barrio, 5. Serhi City, 6. Julian Robertson, 7. Brad Katona, 8. Yo, by the way, Mike Malott, 9. Arnold Allen. Okay, up until the last 3 fights, every single card is Canada versus the world.
Yeah, I love it.
This is actually incredible. I didn't realize that it went down like this. Up until the 3 most important fights at the top. And I'm going to include Arnold in Canada.
Okay, all right. Honorary Canadian.
Yeah.
They did it with Belbita.
Yeah.
On 289.
10 out of the 12 fights on this card feature Canada versus the world. This is pretty amazing. So you'd have to go 10-0.
Yeah, now let's go through it. Lioness is a favorite. Jasdavicius is a big favorite. Jillian Roberts is a favorite. C-Day is a favorite. Charles Jourdain is a favorite. MAB is an underdog. Who else we got? Brad Katona is a favorite. Mike Malott's a favorite. Is there anyone else I'm missing?
AAA?
Yeah, what's that one?
AAA is an underdog.
You said he's a slight dog,
plus
right?
plus 145 now. Wow. A little bit of line movement there. So most of them, of the 10, if we're counting Arnold Allen, 8 of them are favorites.
What do you think that that parlay is?
Pretty hefty. I mean, we could find out.
Is it like a plus 1,000 or more?
Way
Because it's so
more.
many legs, right?
We're doing all 10?
Yeah.
I mean, let's find out right now. MAB, Jourdain, Katona, C-Day, Robertson, Lioness, Jasdavicius. Who am I missing? Arnold Allen, Mike Malott. Is that 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm missing 1, but right now we're at plus 8,900.
Oh, wow.
Who am I missing? Malcolm Gordon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 15,913. Put a $5 on it, $5 Canadian.
Dr. Tom. Hello, Ariel and friends. A few questions regarding TV rights. I love this. If UFC does not reach a 5, what network do you see being interested in their product? What would be the backup plan? God, who knows where we're at, but, is Amazon a player? Is Apple a player? I personally think they re-sign with ESPN in some way, shape, or form. With UFC staying or leaving, not necessarily. I think it's good for ESPN to have them as the backup, but no, I think ESPN keeps and PFL. UFC has been huge for ESPN Plus, and PFL does well for them. So, no, I think it's a good spot to be in. With rumors of WWE speaking with WBD and Amazon, do you have any bold prediction on which entity will get the rights to Monday Night Raw for their next deal? I've heard Amazon. I've heard FX, and FX is under the Disney umbrella, and they've had a very nice relationship with Disney over the last few years, so that would make a lot of sense as well. So my guess would be Amazon or FX would be my guess. And if you're asking why not ESPN, I just don't think that they have the real estate with so many live sports on Monday night, especially with Monday Night Football and whatnot. Should TKO try to distribute UFC Fight Pass with an on-demand streaming service similar to WWE's deal with Peacock? I think they will try to do that. Mark Shapiro of TKO even hinted at that when he spoke at that conference recently. So I think they're 100% going to try to package that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they attempt to package WWE and UFC together. I think that would make a lot of sense for them too. Our old friend TST asks, who's your favorite fighter to watch interviews of? Can't be your own interviews. Has to be someone else conducting them. Wow. Would that have to be MMA? I'll be honest, I don't watch who am I forget. I don't watch a ton of MMA interviews, if I'm being honest. Who's a fighter that I will? I mean, obviously you have to watch when Conor speaks, right? Because it's just always so big, and he's such a big deal in the sport and entertaining to listen to and watch. Jones doesn't speak often. You guys got O'Malley? Do you guys have a name? I listened to Tom Aspinall on with True Geordie. I enjoyed that conversation. Yeah. Listen, I'm listening to a lot of boxing these days. And I obviously love listening to Chris Eubanks Sr. speak. Tyson is a fun listen. I like AJ these days. I'm liking this version of AJ. Do you guys have a name, an MMA fighter that you love listening to or that you enjoy? Izzy? I think Izzy is a good one. You guys aren't giving me anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've asked you like 5 times. I don't get a single. I'm not even getting
I listen to a lot of interviews
acknowledgement.
sitting right here, so I'm kind of like you. I don't go seek out a ton of MMA interviews outside of this.
Yeah.
I mean, listening to 10 a week.
Yeah, no, I know. Was there another
100
one?
episodes last year.
How many?
We did like 100 episodes last year.
Wow.
What was the final count, Frankie? 96?
97.
97.
Adam, hi Ariel, Frank, GC, and Rick. Happy New Year. I missed you all over the break. Thank you for breaking the big fight news about Francis versus Joshua. You're welcome. Of all the recent announcements, I'm wondering which fight are you most excited for between Ngannou Joshua, Oliveira Tsarukyan, Poirier Saint Denis, and Masvidal's boxing debut versus Diaz. Also, I'm a big Steelers fan, so good luck this Sunday. May the best team win. Yes, sad to hear about TJ Watt. You want them at full strength. I like our chances in this game. Am Yisrael Chai, he says. Am Yisrael Chai, I say back. Man, that's a tough... I probably Joshua Ngannou just because of the magnitude of it. But, I mean, Oliveira Tsarukyan and Poirier Saint Denis is gigantic. I have another one in my back pocket. But if I say it, everyone's just going to, aggregate it and, go crazy. Well, I'll save it for later. Which one? I'll probably go with Ngannou Joshua. What is your take from Boris on your old friend Pat McAfee's relationship with your former employer, ESPN? Is he overplaying the hand he got, and how will you see it ending? Oh, gosh. What do we do, guys? What do we do? How do we tackle this one? It's a fascinating story to watch and see unfold. I will say that the one thing that I find fascinating about the Aaron Rodgers component in all of this is Rodgers continues to say that he's being silenced and they're attempting to cancel him and whatnot, and yet he has the biggest platform in sports every week, Disney, ESPN, not just YouTube, but like ESPN at times, to say all kinds of wacky things that don't really pertain to sport. And all three of us know, and especially the time that we were there a few years ago, they really wanted us to stick to sports. And I remember getting scolded for going on my own personal Instagram to talk about why Gina Carano's memes comparing Republicans in 2020 to Jews in Nazi Germany was offensive, not wanting her to get canceled or punished or anything like that, just trying to to explain our vantage point. I got scolded for that. And that was on my own personal platform. This is on their platform. I don't think that you can get away with talking about, executives and whatnot on their own platform like that. But I'll say this. I think that ESPN has to make this decision. This is my take on it. Pat McAfee is the biggest star in sports media. He's incredible at what he does. He has an amazing show and an amazing following. I don't think Pat McAfee necessarily needs ESPN. I think if they told him today to, take a hike, let's part ways, he's fine. He turns on YouTube tomorrow, he'll get 200,000 people watching and crazy sponsors and will live a very good and probably drama-free life. Doesn't have to deal with any of this. And that was part of the charm, right? But he accepted some of this drama and red tape and corporate culture when he did the deal with ESPN because he wanted to, not have to deal with the booking and some of the business stuff. He spoke openly about this. And so for the most part, it seems like it's been a symbiotic relationship. And I don't know about the ratings and what's true and what's not. But I would say that he has benefited from being on their network on game day, at the Rose Bowl, at the national championship. And they have benefited from being in business with him because he's so popular amongst sports fans, football fans, young fans. I think what they ultimately have to decide is, are they comfortable with Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Vince McMahon circa 1999? In other words, someone on their roster, on their air, being somewhat anti-establishment and poking the bear at times, all sort of in somewhat good fun, but breaking that fourth wall and talking about the business and the executives and the network? Or do they want a ship that they could control, where everyone kind of stays in line and it's, the ESPN of old, and you don't break that fourth wall and there's no drama and no one's bigger than the network? That's what you get with Pat, and people love that. People love the idea of someone being on the network telling the executives what they think of them. That's what made Stone Cold versus Austin so great. Everyone wants to tell their boss what they truly think of them. Do they want that? Are there enough people that are comfortable with that? Or will the old guard win out and say, nah, let's go back. We're cool with First Take and Get Up and the regular shows. This is a little bit too loosey-goosey. And I would say they've given him a lot of rope, what he's allowed to say and the dress and all that. And it's been great. I think it's really made ESPN a little bit cooler. I'm talking about his stuff. I'm not necessarily talking about Aaron, because I don't think Aaron is necessarily an ESPN employee or anything like that. I view McAfee as the guy, and Aaron's sort of a part of his orbit, so he gets to come along for the ride. But he doesn't necessarily need Aaron as much anymore. I know he's benefited greatly from having Aaron on. But, McAfee is so huge and so successful that he doesn't need Aaron. He doesn't need ESPN. That's where he's at right now. I think they just have to come to that conclusion. Are they comfortable with someone being anti-establishment on their air, or do they need to have a little bit more control and not have the perception out there that the inmates, in particular his show, are running the asylum? I would suggest that the juice is worth the squeeze, but I'm not an executive. I'm not the one looking at the ratings. I'm not the one looking at the sponsorship and all that stuff. What do anyone want to weigh in on this? Yeah.
I agree with everything you said. I have a question. Do you think they would be more concerned about that part, right? McAfee bucking the order and the establishment and kind of pushing back, or giving the platform to somebody like Aaron Rodgers? I'm not singling Aaron Rodgers out, but in this specific case, he caused some controversy on their platform. Do you think they're more concerned about that uncontrollable element, or the McAfee versus ESPN?
I think it was
both.
I think it was all well and good until McAfee spoke about the executive Norby Williamson. When Aaron made things into a mess when he talked about Jimmy Kimmel, and what he said was very reckless, and Jimmy Kimmel has every right to be upset. And yesterday he didn't really apologize. And I know there's a long history between the two, dating back to the COVID vaccine stuff and all that. So this was just another chapter in that. But I think it was fine. And ultimately, it's sort of like, to a degree, I know it's not the same, but like when Bryce Mitchell comes on the show and says some crazy stuff, he's just a guest coming on the show and we happen to be live. And are there going to be ramifications? Sure. But ultimately, no one who's a part of the show is saying it. Now, Rodgers is different because he's a reoccurring guest, and no one's really quite sure what the arrangement is. Is it McAfee paying him? It's not ESPN. So he's not quite a full-time, but he's not just a one-off guest. So he's somewhere in the middle, which makes it a little bit more confusing. But ultimately, I think there's ways of getting around that. What I'm referring to when I say McMahon Austin is the stuff about Norby, and then even yesterday, what Aaron said about Mike Foss, who works at ESPN, who we used to work with, who we enjoyed working with very much and have a lot of respect for. So I think that's the part that they don't feel comfortable with. The other stuff, I think they could get around it. It's talking about what goes on in the offices, Bristol HQ, all that is what they, could you imagine when we were there, someone speaking like that? It just would never happen.
It's ultimately more in their control too, right? Because they could put a mic in a coach's face and they could say the same thing as Aaron Rodgers live. So you kind of can't really control the other people, the other talent, but the ones that you're cutting the check for, then it becomes a difficult thing. It's super fascinating to me, this whole thing.
Anyone, maybe other than Stephen A, maybe, but I would say Pat has more power than Stephen A because he has the whole platform on YouTube, which Stephen A is building. Which I think is fascinating in its own right, while being an ESPN talent. Anyone other than Stephen A is probably fired the next day.
Yeah.
Pat is
that
so
day.
big.
I mean, that day.
Yeah.
The moment the broadcast is over. Bye.
Pat is so powerful and so popular, and credit to him, has this following on YouTube. He doesn't need it. Like, the guy will get numbers, and by the way, will benefit from this, because all he has to do, if this does sour, if this does fall apart, there's such an easy thing to do. You come back on the air the next day. I know you all were mad that we did the deal. We've listened to you. We've parted ways, and the old show is back, and the fans will be over the moon, right? You know,
not only is the old show back, but it's like the conservative talking head Tucker Carlson playbook. It's like they're the establishment. They tried to hold me down, and guess what? Now we're turning it around and we're taking it back, and it's ours now. And I feel like he'd have a lot of people rally behind that.
1,000%. He was in a tough spot because people blamed him for the layoffs because of the timing of the deal, and then they said that the show was going to change and all this. He would get all that back. Not to suggest that he should do this, but I'm saying the worst thing to happen here is they part ways, and then he becomes an even bigger babyface. That's the worst. So he's sitting in a good spot. Either or. They, I think, just have to decide what they want, which is going to be fascinating.
The fact that it's even a decision, though, to your point, is very interesting to me, because it seems like in a prior era, it wouldn't even be a conversation, right?
Yep.
It'd be like, we're shutting this down immediately. And the fact
1,000%.
that they're not is super interesting to me.
Yeah, and I would boil that down to testament to just how successful and powerful he is, which is something they never really had to deal with. Somewhat reminiscent to Conor McGregor in the UFC. Conor gets away with a lot in terms of talking about the business, especially at the height of his popularity in 2016-17, where he talked about equity that no one else could get away with, getting the Mayweather fight, etc. Scott, good day, Ariel. Pittsburgh Steeler fan here, residing in Pittsburgh, and I'm here to tell you and Frank that you're going down this Sunday. All right, I like it. Fighting words. On to my question. Your stance on not bringing family and faith into fight promotion is something I've always agreed with. I do think that some fighters and online personalities took it too far with the comments directed at Ian Gary's family. However, I cannot help but find him playing the victim on Monday to be a bit hypocritical considering his comments on Magny and Neal. I credit you for pushing back a little, but he did seem to not think those things were equal. Since you have interviewed him on multiple occasions, do you think he's trying to play heel at this point, or is he just out of touch? I don't know if it's either or. I think he believes what he is saying, and I don't think he's trying to play anything. But more on that in a moment. I'm a big fan of Ian and watching him fight, but I wasn't too happy with how he's used Neil Magny's family situation to promote a fight. You're the man, Scott F. So, Ian said on Monday that those guys obviously took it too far. And I asked him about the Neil Magny thing, and he said I was just using his words that he said at the press conference and highlighting them because I didn't agree with them. And I agree with everyone out there who says, well, you don't have to highlight them. You don't have to talk about just because he said that, it doesn't mean you have to go there. I agree with that. I didn't like that. I didn't think that he should have gone there with Neil. And I think, especially now that he's dealing with all of this, one would hope that a light would go off and say, like, it's maybe not the best route to take. You didn't have to, like they really tried to hammer that Neil stuff. And it was a little bit uncomfortable. Now, I could sort of understand why he's thinking that it's not the same thing, because this is, he's talking about Neil, who he's fighting, as opposed to people talking about his wife, who has nothing to do with the actual fight. You know what I mean? He's talking about Neil Magny, who he's fighting, and his alleged behavior towards his kids. Ian's wife has nothing to do with an upcoming fight. That's his wife. She didn't say anything. It's just, people trying to talk about her or whatnot. So I understand kind of where he's coming from, but if it was up to me, like, just leave all that stuff out. And that's why I asked him that question about being a disruptor and about, the t-shirt and all that stuff. And I think ultimately it comes down to that. And it's the same with Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland said that DDP went too far, but my response to that would be like, what did you expect when you started commenting on everyone else's personal life? Did you not think that people were going to start commenting on yours? And I feel comfortable in saying, after seeing that interview with Theo Vaughn, I understand why Sean Strickland, to a degree, is why he is. And I feel for him. No kid should go through the stuff that he was talking about. Does it necessarily excuse the thing that he says? No, but it does make me understand and sympathize with him. I don't think Sean Strickland would say that about other people. Like, for example, if the roles were reversed and DDP went on an interview and started talking about his family and stuff. I think Sean Strickland the next day would be in his car doing a video being like, bro, stop crying. He would essentially do the same thing that Henry Cejudo said about him. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. And so my point is, you put yourself out there in that light, you kind of have to reap what you sow. You talk about people's families, you talk about people's loved ones, it's going to come back to you. It just is. And it also lets your opponents know that this is fair game. Where it feels like a bridge too far is when a Colby talks about a Leon and his father, the way in which he did, when Leon never does that. Do you know what I mean? And so that felt to everyone like, hey, you can't do that. I don't think that DDP has gotten the backlash that Colby has because Sean speaks about people's families in instances where it's not really necessary for him to speak that way. I know I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but all I'm saying is there's a trickle-down effect. Back to Ian, I wish if I were advising him, I wouldn't have told him to wear the T-shirt. I wouldn't have told him to talk about Neil's family and his words and kids and all that stuff. And I wonder if all this stuff would have happened. I wonder. Maybe it still does happen, but I wonder if it happens as much. I saw some people saying he was reading. I don't believe that he was reading. I knew that interview would get dissected and broken down and there would be responses and all. I knew that just by booking him, just because he's such a lightning rod now. As I said on Monday, I thought he came off relatively well. I thought he answered all the questions. They didn't ask me for the questions before. They didn't ask me to avoid things. They were as open and available. And there's not much that I would change. I've never left an interview thinking, I love that. I nailed that. I usually hate it. And there's certain things that I would ask differently. I've never had the perfect interview. I do love seeing people break down the interview when I've seen their interviews, and I know that, they couldn't, interviewing the first fight of the night, they don't do 1/10 as good a job as we do on this show. And so I love to hear their breakdown of what we should have said and shouldn't have said and done that. I love that. That's the best. I'm sure that's like the UFC listening to me say what they should do with their business practices. Everyone feels that way. So that's totally, totally fine. But for the most part, I would say the only thing that you can really open him up to is that. The rest, I felt like he handled it pretty damn well. I don't know if I'm missing anything. I feel like the only one, and it's a very fair criticism, it's the answer to the Neil Magny question or questions. But the rest, I feel like what and he's going to learn and he's going to evolve and he's still very young. I just think it's important for people to remember Ian Gary has not done anything illegal. He has not done anything unethical, immoral, or anything like that. You may think his family situation is this. You may think but like, he's not a criminal. So I don't know. It just seems weird that people have this obsession. But you can then say, well, if he didn't talk about other people or highlight their low points or do that, then he wouldn't be open to this. And that is fair. That is 100% fair. And I think he gets that. And I would hope that he gets that. And it's the same thing with Sean.
I feel like he made it pretty clear he gets that. No, I'm not understanding what the alternative side of this even is. Like, yeah. I think the big issue that people have is him saying the stuff that Sean has said or other people have said about my family is different than the stuff that I said about Neil. Yeah, we're all liars. We all love drama. We all think something somebody else is doing is wrong until we have to be in that position and then we do it. The moralizing is just annoying. Like he handled it pretty damn,
I thought so,
transparently and honestly and well, in my opinion, as somebody who was, not sure which way it would go and what I really don't necessarily have to say.
Yeah, I don't think he was reading. I think he was just looking down and looking away.
Definitely don't think that.
But
he was doing like a dramatic thing. Yes, he's like looking down.
And also, if you've listened to his interviews, it's like the same delivery as always.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what else would have been expected out of him. I came away thinking like, okay, done and dusted. Now we can move on.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Jordan, hello, Ariel. Easy question for you regarding the aforementioned rabbit in the hat. We got to print the T-shirts. Holloway versus Gaethje. That's not what I'm referring to. No. Okay, just a couple more here. Ariel, recent SBJ article made 2 bold predictions. ESPN and UFC will re-up. Agreed. Monday Night Raw goes to Amazon. Can see it. What do you think is more likely? I would say the former. Speaking of bold predictions, what are your bold predictions in the world of wrestling and boxing in 2024? Man, Francis Ngannou, heavyweight champion.
Whoa, that's big.
Wrestling. I'll go Raw goes to Disney.
Whoa, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I dig that.
This is going well, right? I think this is, you know, what's the best about the Substack crew? There's no trolls or anything. It's all good people. Glad to have the show back in our lives from Juan. Quick one for me. What percentage of the time do you know the main event or even just some of the fights of a pay-per-view before they are announced or confirmed? It seems sometimes with some fights that are announced that you knew all along. I mean, it's always different. Some that I know, you know, there are some that I know that they're in the works and for whatever, like I know some of the fights on Saudi. I know, but again, no one wants to hear that because they're like, just tell us. So I don't try to puff my chest out there. I was just trying to let you guys know that Diaz and Masvidal weren't fighting on 300, and that, you know, you can kind of move on from that. And then I think I maybe dropped a hint that they were fighting each other. Maybe, maybe not. Sort of like, you know, Rose Namajunas and Amanda Ribas, you know? But I didn't say like, I thought that, you know, that, oh, like I don't like to do the thing where it's like, oh, you know, I know something you don't know. That's annoying. No one wants to hear that, you know? Man, so many questions. What does bigger?
You can answer them all.
What does bigger pay-per-view numbers? 300 or AJ versus Ngannou? Of course, 300. It's going to be tough, AJ Ngannou. Friday afternoon, that's going to be tough. But ultimately, I don't think they really care. Like I saw Chael do another video saying it's going to bomb on pay-per-view. Chael, when are you going to learn? They don't care. And when I say they, AJ doesn't care, Matchroom doesn't care, the Saudis don't care, Francis Ngannou doesn't care. You're thinking about this in the old UFC model. They're all getting insane money and they're laughing all the way to the bank. They don't care. This is the one thing they're clutching onto. But the pay-per-view numbers, they don't care. They don't care. Now, is it smart not to care? Will that come back to bite them in the butt? Maybe. But right now they don't care. He's getting 3, 4, 5x. You think he cares about the pay-per-view numbers? Doesn't care. And AJ's one of the biggest draws out of the UK, if not the biggest. It'll do just fine over there. Okay, 2 more. What do you make of the UFC continuing to make fight announcements from Jordan at bizarre times? Dana announcing the Poirier and Charles fights at 1 a.m. can't be the best for maximizing impressions, virality of the content. Any insights or thoughts? I don't know. I think Dana is just on this thing now where he wants to get it out himself. And 1 a.m. our time is 10 p.m. their time. And he just does it whenever he thinks it's appropriate to do it. I don't think there's much thought going into all of this. I think the main thing is he just wants to get it out himself, which I'm fine with. Ultimately, in a perfect world, I think the fighters should be able to announce their own fights. I really do. That I think would be best. Let them celebrate their moments. Now I know it's hard. There's 2 fighters, but maybe the A side gets to pick. Who knows? But other than that, I just think he's doing it whenever he wants to do it. Last one, Jonesy. Hola, Ariel. This question is for the Parlay Boys. Now that you've been consistently making bets on MMA for a while, which bets/props do you think gives you the best chances to win? My fellow degenerates could use some expert advice. One guy, Matt Arnold, says flyweight unders. Would you agree with that, GC?
I don't know. I guess we got to see if they're back in 2024. 2 flyweight fights to start out the year. We get another one next week. So we'll see. We'll see. They certainly died in 2023. I don't think any specific type of bet is going to give you the best chance of winning. I think it all matters on the fight Could be an over, could be an under, could be a specific prop, could just be a money line.
Yeah.
I like that they call us experts, though. It's a nice compliment.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are experts.
Who's you guys? It's literally just GC.
No.
Still don't even know if I'm an expert.
Maybe Frank.
Yeah,
Oh, you
thank
know
you.
what? Actually, it's
Producer
GC
likes
and
to throw
Pena.
some-
It's GC and Pena.
Pena.
And Rig.
No, definitely not.
By the way, the other part of the whole McAfee thing that we didn't talk about is Stephen A. Smith.
What do you mean?
When you know he's watching all of this and number one, knows how much McAfee got paid and knows the leash getting longer and is just saying
the bag that he can collect and the
it's just saying like, oh, okay.
Can
I used to be the big dog that everyone talked about on this network.
I think he still is, but it's getting closer.
The national championship game.
With MJ
and Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Travis Scott.
I think he's still the guy, but
he's got to be watching all this.
Yeah.
Fascinating. All right. Speaking of the Parlay Pals, we will get to that in a moment. First, a quick word from our good friends over at BetterHelp. Support for MMA Hour comes from BetterHelp Online Therapy. Every new year, a lot of us get obsessed with what we'd like to change about ourselves. Maybe you want to hit the gym an extra 2 times each week, or limit yourself to 1 scoop of ice cream most nights. Or maybe you just want to read a single book. Whatever it is, your resolutions are probably trying to fix some kind of perceived flaw. This year, therapy can help you to focus on expanding those things that you're already doing right. You can, number one, if your mental health isn't in the right place, you are... Again, you're going to see a ripple effect that is going to affect other parts of your life and your health and whatnot. And so I can't say enough good things about what BetterHelp offers. The service that they provide is incredible. And I've heard from fans of the show who have said that they have taken us up on our offer and our recommendation to check them out, and have been very happy that they've done so. They offer affordable online therapy that is convenient and designed to fit into your busy schedule. If you're beginning the new year with an eye on self-improvement, therapy may offer more lasting benefits than that daunting checklist of resolutions. Therapy can help you identify and solidify your strengths, helping to improve your resiliency, your mood, your relationships. Just fill out BetterHelp's painless questionnaire online, and they'll pair you with a licensed therapist ready to help you start the new year on the right foot. Celebrate the progress you've already made. You can visit betterhelp.com/MMA Hour today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. Can't thank them enough. Help yourself. They are an incredible company, and we appreciate their support very much. Also, DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. They're back. NFL playoffs kicking off this weekend. How about that Buffalo Bills hosting the Pittsburgh Steelers this Sunday at 1 p.m.? Everyone's going to be locked in. And they are bringing you an offer that'll help make the playoffs electrifying. New customers can bet $5 on any game and get $200 instantly in bonus bets. There's some big ones. Obviously, Bills Steelers, top of mind Saturday night. Everyone's so mad about this Peacock thing. Jeez Louise, don't you guys have Peacock already? What are you so mad about? Also, can't you just sign up and then, I don't know. It's funny to see all these sports fans complain about having to pay $4.99 for a football game. Try being a fight fan where you have to pay $75 to see the biggest games. Like, chill out. Isn't it all very annoying? It's enough with the belly aching. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code the MMA Hour. New customers can bet just $5 to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code the MMA Hour. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. Please play responsibly. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/football. for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right, what do we got, guys?
Yeah, Parlay Pals back.
Parlay Boys, even stronger.
Boys.
Juliana Pena has already made her selection for this week's Parlay Pals Parlay. Gaston Bolano. She's going with a dog.
Wow.
Plus 205. Juliana Pena kicking us off. Starting 2024 hot here I will throw the last three names into the old randomizer. Go ahead and crank that bad boy up. Yep.
Wow, the randomizer I feel like is humming in 2024.
Humming, man.
Strong.
We're right back up. Frankie actually going to take the honors. I'll go second. Rick will go third.
Yeah, that works for
Let's
me.
do it.
Sweet, man.
Honestly, I haven't even looked.
I hope you're being honest.
Yeah. But here, just give me a second. I'll take a look.
Wow.
Wow. Experts, as stated by that guy in the question segment.
We also
what was that?
What is this? It's the big train himself, Tom Nolan. Gonna make a caboose.
Oh, yeah, no, you're so
I thought it was
Frankie.
a truck horn.
Wow.
like that,
were you just playing possum the whole time?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the train has left the station.
Wow.
Nicholas Mota is going to be the caboose. He's going to strike the iron when it's hot.
I like this. I love that. A little
And he's
going to
get smelted.
Iron Moda.
This is great. Okay, what else?
All right, that was great. I will go to the alternate total rounds. Phil Haas, Bruno Ferreira, the Hulk. Last 4 wins by first-round knockout, taking on Phil Haas, who has been knocked out several times as of late, many of them coming in the first round. So I will be taking the under 2.5 in this one. Brings us to plus 355 with Rick still to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm taking Magomed Ankalaev.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Just straight up?
Main event, Magomed Ankalaev.
I love it.
Straight up.
Wow.
Minus 550. That gets us to plus 438.
Okay. Back in a big way.
Milanos. Big pick for Juliana Pena.
I love that. Marcus McGee has looked nasty, so I'm interested to see what Juliana's seeing there. I love that.
So
she's the expert.
By the way, does this mean we're going back to 0?
Nah. Parlay Pals, that goes over for the year.
Okay, all right.
I'll reset to 0 though. I'll reset to 0 as I always do.
All right. What else?
Still have the total in the corner. Not a ton. Keeping it light, keeping it tight for this UFC Apex 84. And I will start with the first fight of the night. That is Mr. Joshua Van. Funny enough, I've actually seen Felipe Boon's fight in person before on LFA 124 in Phoenix, Arizona. I mean, legendary card. He took on Jussier Formiga in the main event and unfortunately lost that one. Got choked out. Haven't been overly impressed with him. I have been impressed with Josh Van in his first couple fights. I mean, dude puts up insane volume, 9.2 significant strikes landed per minute. That was a nice jaw pop right there.
Sorry,
I have to say, it almost sounded like a pencil cracking.
Yeah,
that was impressive stuff. No, I don't blame you, man. That was actually I wasn't being facetious. That was a nice crack there. Think he's just got the better boxing. Think he's just a better overall fighter, and I think he gets his hand raised in this one. Big train. Frankie already talked about it. I'm actually going to take the under 1.5 in this one. Nicholas Mota. I mean, we've seen him put people out. We've also seen him be put out. I mean, bad knockout last year against Manuel Torres. And Tom Nolan coming in. The new Jalen Turner, the Australian Jalen Turner. I mean, 6'3". He's going to have a massive size advantage in this one. Got hammers on his hands, and I do honestly think he is going to be putting out Nicholas Mota pretty early in this one. He's been struggling of late. Probably should have gotten that loss against Trey Ogden back in November, and he's already back in the octagon less than 2 months later with a very tough matchup where he will be severely outsized. To the main card, I'm going to be taking Ricky Simone money line in this one. I kind of feel like this is a step back in competition after a really tough fight with Song Yadong for Ricky and Mario Bautista. Damon Blackshear on short notice, Guido Canetti, Jay Perrin, hasn't been the toughest schedule. He has looked very good up until that Blackshear fight. Some people do think that Blackshear should have got his hand raised. I think Ricky Simone's going to have similar successes that Blackshear had in that first round. I think he's going to be able to use that cardio, use that wrestling, and get back in the win column in this one. Next up, I want to live in a world where Jim Miller's fighting on UFC 300. So I'm going to take Jim Miller money line. I'm going to bet on him to win, make it easy, make it clean. Last 8 wins, I believe, all coming by way of finish for Jim Miller. Benitez, he has been finished many, many times, and many times at featherweight. Now he's getting this one at lightweight. Jim Miller, 40 years old. Molly Benitez, 35. He's no spring chicken himself. And the activity from Jim Miller, I also just think he's the better overall fighter in this one. Maybe not the better striker, but I do think he has more power in his hands. Think he can use that BJJ. In this one, maybe get a classic little Jim Miller submission, something like that. But I do think he gets it done, makes his call, put me on UFC 300, and the people get what they want. Co-main event. Did take a few of these before we even went on break. This one I did as well. Manel Kape, the rematch, very close last time. Actually, it was Manel Kape's last loss, the last time he fought Mateus Nicolau in a split decision loss. Since then, 4-0, has dropped each of his opponents. He's looking fantastic, looking aggressive, looking fast, and I think he gets his get back in this one. Manel Kape to defeat Mateus Nicolau, and those are the picks.
That'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
And then maybe we get Manel against Kaikar France. Remember that?
Yeah, there's some heat there. Maybe a little title eliminator.
That would be big. Speaking of title, great picks there. And also show out, pod back.
Pod's back.
No bets barred.
Did our futures and UFC Apex 84 breakdown.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, Jed's got a future for every single weight class, and kept it nice and concise.
Okay.
For the UFC Apex 84 breakdown.
Well, maybe this tweet from Islam Makhachev came into play. June 8th, UFC pay-per-view versus Gaethje. November, UFC MSG versus Oliveira. Arman, February 2025 versus anybody, inshallah. Does this happen?
No.
So he doesn't fight in Abu Dhabi?
He feels like he's going to fight in Abu Dhabi, right?
Yeah.
If we're looking back this time of year from now and he's got a fight booked for February and the path has worked exactly like he just laid it out, I would be surprised.
You'd be shocked, yeah. I love it, though.
I mean, I love it.
If this is true.
Yeah. No, I mean, I love the idea. I love the motivation that he's got. But I don't know. Fighters tweet a lot of things about their plans that don't always come to fruition.
Everyone going crazy over this. So, if in fact there's a pay-per-view on June 8th, which I doubt he's pulling that date out of his tuchus. We're looking at June 29th, Connor, and June 8th, Islam. If it works out this way, it's a big month for the UFC. And that would be just shortly after UFC 300, which the UFC 300 hysteria will be very much in the rearview mirror at that point. Everyone will have moved on with their lives, which might be for the best. Another thing that came through the wire, one championship returning to the U.S., this year, 2 dates, September 6th. That is right. Breaking news. Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Obviously, no fights announced. And then the big one that GC already has circled on the calendar. It is going down November 8th at State Farm Arena in the ATL.
Yeah, so what do we think? Whoa. Those are like 20,000 seat arenas.
Yeah, those are big. I mean, not that different. I mean, the one in Colorado, the first one was smaller. It was Broomfield, I think. So these are legit NBA arenas, right? This is where the Nuggets and Hawks play. Yeah, they're leveling up. Remember, I think
Sony versus Sneeko, baby, headliner.
I think it was Chatri who said like they wanted to be conservative for the first one, and then in retrospect, they thought they were too conservative and they could have sold more tickets. So here they are.
I mean, if they sell it out, that would be astounding for them.
September and November, I mean, that's an eternity away. September 6th, we'll be getting ready for Islam versus Gaethje. No, sorry.
No, we'll
June.
already had
Yeah, we'll be getting ready for the second fight. Yeah, November 8th, we'll be getting ready for the MSG fight. That's right.
Exactly.
But that's, that's good news. And we'll see. Hopefully next week we'll get some... We'll have some answers on Masvidal Diaz. Hopefully, we'll have some answers on this PFL Bellator card, which is coming up. Maybe the Saudi card for March 2nd starts to come into perspective, and then hopefully we get the rest of the fights on this Ngannou AJ card on Monday, or maybe Boxing Insider Helwani breaks it too, or 3 or 4 of them. You never know. I did get a message from our good friends over at Happy Punch. I like the Happy Punch guys. I think they thought that I took a shot at them earlier. All I said...
they got you on... They messaged you during the show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. A long time ago, actually. All I said was...
Reciprocate.
I put it in the tweet because that's the way it should be done. and I credited them.
Yeah.
That's all. They're like, we credited you for Francis. I'm like, yeah, cool. I wasn't saying you guys didn't. I was talking about the actual media types. Is this gonna be the thumbnail for On the Nose? Me going like this?
I already made it.
Okay, all right, perfect. But no, we come with peace and love, and everyone eats around these parts. Everyone eats. Oh, the All-Star Weekend, WNBA coming to Phoenix. Perfect. All right, that's a perfect way to end the show. That's another one that just came through. Gentlemen, God bless. Thank you very much. A little supersized Wednesday edition of the program. Frank, you hit my music.
Cool.
Son has a big middle school basketball game this evening, Frank.
That's exciting.
The line at how many minutes he's going to play is at like 10 seconds. All depends on how big the deficit is or the lead. So we'll see. But yes.
No faith in the squad, huh?
No. Well, actually, they do pretty well, but the 6th graders don't really get to play. See you, Rick.
Hey, Rick.
The 6th graders don't really get to play. But it is fun to see him in the layup lines and whatnot. So I enjoyed very much. And what else we got? We got some other exciting things in the works that you should stay tuned for. And hopefully when we speak again and I'm sitting in this chair again, the Bills will be on to round 2.
Go Bills.
Hope so.
I hate the names. Super wild card, divisional play. What is this? What does divisional playoffs mean? They're not playing divisional teams. Why do they call it divisional playoffs?
Supposed to, maybe in the old days, just be the divisional champs.
Well, they should evolve. No? Don't you think?
It's just what it's always been called now.
Yeah.
Super Wildcard Weekend's a sick name.
It is kind of fun. Thank you very much to all our guests who stopped by. Great show. Thank you to Paulo Costa, Callum Smith. Good luck to him. Arnold Allen, and of course, the great KFC King himself, Mark Hunt. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to everyone who sent in questions. Great stuff. Appreciate it very much. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until they say peace. I'm out of here. Not sure what I just did, but I did it.
Good job.